You are live. Not over there, I'm not. Oh, that's got to go through its countdown, hasn't it? And nobody's got the...
Could spell coronation properly.
Oh, well, fuck it. Well, that's the first balls up of the afternoon.
It's morning.
Right. Good afternoon. Good morning, people. Welcome. If you can let me know in the chat, because Heather's only watching on her phone. She can't have the microphone or speaker on because it will create a loop. But if you can let me know if you can hear me and see me, okay?
I can hear you and see you, okay.
And more to the point, what is the picture quality like?
Excellent.
Yay! Well, there's a little bit of lag, but that is well over 100% better than what I was getting on that laptop. Yeah, big difference, isn't it, Ollie? And I did do a couple of test videos yesterday, just private ones. But after I'd done them, I didn't know where to find them. So I had to go on a VC with Dan so he could explain to me where they were.
Morning, Holly. Morning, everybody else. Let us know you're there.
But I will be playing about a bit because I'm just going to see what I can actually share and do with this thing, because obviously it's a strange computer to me. So I'm just going to share that. Share screen. Windows, that one. And look at that. Whoa. Right. Okay. I'm up and running now, guys.
Morning, Tony.
Morning, Tony, mate. Just playing about. I'm on the, well, not a new computer, another computer, which is, it's 100% better than what I was using. This is the first time I've actually used it, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, looking at it so far, we haven't got many people in here yet, but yeah, to the person that sent me this and everything surrounding it, absolutely brilliant, mate. We got 8 in. Who else is in?
Nobody's only know.
Come on, put your hands up. Who's in? Who's out?
We're here to party.
I'll put the link up shortly for StreamYard. So if you want to join me on the panel, bear in mind I'm a cheapskate, so I'm on the free one. So I can only have a maximum of 6, including myself. Origin unknown, good morning. James, good morning, all the way from Cornwall. Happy.
Okay, am I thick? What's GOG?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. You elaborate on that one.
Come on, James. What's GOG?
What's GOG, James? Lovely day for a sausage fest. Not with the weather they're getting in London at the moment, by the looks of things.
They're all inside now.
Stuart, good morning, buddy. Yeah, I've got to admit, got it on over there. It's silent, basically. I'm not interested. I just want to see if there's any protesters kick off.
Yeah, of course, James. Obviously,
Grumpy
he
old,
thinks about
yeah.
it,
Didn't even
so
think of that, mate.
well done. You know, so well.
Good morning, Paulie, my dear. Hope you're well. Danny Austin, hello, mate. Pat, good morning.
Danny, Pap, to both of you, hello, big boy.
Oh, hello. She's off. She's in a good mood this morning. Right, let's see if I can get this link up without too much of a drama. Oh, no, don't need that bit on it. Right, copy. Paste.
Oh, shut up when somebody comes in the StreamYard when you've got it all sorted. There we go. There's a link.
Oh, well, I've got all these bloody heart things in the way now. I can't get to the link to pin it. There it is. Pin message. There we go. Ah, I'm getting there.
I haven't got my heart anymore. Well, I wanted to turn it off. It's turned off.
Well, as you can see, I'm getting used to it. We've got better quality picture. Well, from this end anyway. So, Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. That's a good start.
Well, I actually got it all together and working now without too many dramas.
And you're looking really crisp there as well, Sunshine.
Yeah, that was after I went back and you told me where to find me test videos last night. I went and looked at them and I thought, oh God, they're the same on the live tomorrow, and it looks like it is, yeah.
All good.
But I did a check this morning because I do keep an eye on the speeds of things going on anyway. Morning, Steve. On this one, this is a speed test. I had 134. Is that upload or download?
That's download.
134 download, 60 upload, and then on the little laptop, 134 that would down to 43, and only 20 on the other one.
Yeah.
So it's like
that's the difference on the Wi-Fi.
Triple the speed of the laptop.
But he was getting download speeds of 500 last night.
Yeah, when nothing else was running and nothing else on, 500 download speed.
Hello to those in the chat. Sorry, I was paranormal. I was letting Roger finish talking. You know what he's like if I interrupt him.
Yeah, buddy, Sarah, Betty, Pauline.
I've not worn this T-shirt before.
What's this one? Where are we? How do I make you big screen?
I can only see for cunt. Oh, cunt of the year. First place. Well done.
I know. Yeah, I don't often win anything, but that I'm really proud of that.
Maybe I got me skulls. Well, I see there was some arrested early this morning or last night, the protesters up there in London.
The police found some vans full of banners or something. People. I mean, how ridiculous is that? Again, abuse of the new legislation, which they had legislation in place anyway to cover this shit.
Yeah.
They've decided that they're going to be more draconian with it. And they've certainly not wasted any time fucking abusing it, have they?
No, it's basically the same powers they had. It's just that they're not being held accountable. They don't have to be held accountable now, isn't it? Because they don't have to suspect anything. They can stop and search anybody.
Yeah.
Which they did anyway. We know that, but It's-
Yeah, but now there's nothing we can do about it. Whereas before we was able to fight back. Now we
Yeah.
can't.
Yep, exactly. It's all about silencing. Right, I'm just going to try something else here. Why we're just firing it up, basically. I'm just going to try sharing another screen and make sure that comes out now. I'm actually on the YouTube, as it were. Oh, pardon me.
Stop
Nice.
that.
Yep, that looks nice and
Yeah, I've always worried that if I ever die on the job, they're never going to get the coffin lid shut.
you just bury her an extra foot deeper.
or it's probably better to bury me face down in that case.
Well, that's what I said with my mum. She always said, I'll claw my way out the grave and I'll come back and haunt you. So I'll bury your face down, keep digging, you bitch.
Oh, dear.
We never did see eye to eye, and that's the way it's going to end. She's looking down, I'm looking forward. But I see this reports this morning, the BBC aren't released because they've, I don't know how they work it, but they're literally the ones that filming everything going on.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Everybody else rents the thing off them or whatever. And they're not letting a lot of people use it.
Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, there a lot of people have said, a lot of news outlets said, oh, they're not sharing it with us like they normally do. All right, Danny, hope you're well, mate. Sorry, I didn't mention you there in the first round. Yeah, James, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they're not prepared to pay the money to the BBC. They're not going to let them have it.
Oh,
but,
come on, I've lost myself. Hang on a sec. Oh, there we go. There we're back.
I was going to say that's usually unusual for me being doing better than you at it.
No, I unplugged something to see if it would make a difference, but it did make a difference, but negatively.
Well, I've got a nest of wires down there. I said I was going to put them all in tidy, but when I got it all up and running, I thought, I ain't going to disturb them now. Throw the box in the corner. But I've got to run the hard wire around from down there, as I said. Yeah. I'm still working with Heather's cordless Wi-Fi sender, expander, whatever it's called. Little box down there.
To allowed Mrs. W. I mean, Charlie Boy's providing the sausages.
Yeah.
Didn't they? Let's be honest.
Well, that's why it's only no eggs allowed inside. You couldn't say no food.
Yeah. I think he's had enough of spreading his eggs around, hasn't he? Look at what he's produced.
If they said no food and drink allowed, he would have to leave his hands outside.
And I will say in the chat there, you know what I'm like. I know there's one or two of you that are enjoying it and you're all for it. That's absolutely fine. You know, I'm not going to take it away from anybody that wants it. But, you know, we all have our different views. And unfortunately, me and Pap are the ones that usually take the piss out of anything anyway. So. But we don't mean any respect by it, as you know. Those that you know us anyway. But when I go like that, I might be saying something different.
Just WhatsApp me if you've got something that bad to say, Roger.
I was going to say, I haven't had the bottle to fire Discord up on this with a stream going yet, but I think it'll handle it a piece of piss, mate, to be honest.
It looks like
that'll be fine. You wouldn't be at the same time. You wouldn't be using video and audio on Discord anyway, so it shouldn't be that much of an issue. It's just like running anything else in the background.
You can change it to 720. I've already on this, Holly, because I know.
I was talking to Stuart,
I was going to say. I think
you
Dan said that YouTube only accepts 720 anyway.
No, it will accept 1080. It'll accept 4K in some cases. But yours is running at 720 anyway.
Yeah. Good morning, Sean. Sean? Shan? Could be anything,
I'll
that
have to
really.
excuse my phone going off. I can't turn it off at the moment. Normally I put it on silent when I'm on one of these, but I can't because I've got a delivery turning up at some point and I need to know when it's nearly here. Because I've got my headphones on.
This little package I got yesterday is my delivery of the year. This is.
Oh, that's so tempting to phone you now. I know your phone's turned on.
Stop causing trouble, you. Yeah.
If you want to hear it, all you got to do is say, and I'll just play it for you.
James views most of his videos in 240. Well, you got a tube, a tube screen.
Look, you made me cough now.
Yeah, that's fine, Sean. I mean, you know, most of us in here aren't interested, but I know one or two of them are. And, you know, we're not here to cause disrespect or upset anybody. But, you know, we'll respect their views the same as they respect ours. And that's why I like this little community, because we can do that. We can have difference of opinions without getting nasty.
Yeah, we're all assholes. We do nothing but cause trouble, you know.
I've got good at it over the years because I've practiced a lot. But I did say to somebody, I can't remember who it was now, on Facebook, I mean, yeah, I would fight for the country. I just won't fight for the ones that are ruling it. You know, that's just my opinions and my thoughts. But
people are the ones that are.
Ow! Electric shock. Right, that one can go in the fucking bin. The only reason why I don't come to the air because you can't.
Good, but I'm sure there's people out there that will disagree with you.
Right, I got a bloody heart thing in the corner of the chat. How the hell do I get rid of that?
Got a heart thing in the corner of the chat?
Yeah, where the first comment comes up, there's a red heart in a circle.
But when you press it,
when you hover over it, you got a few little emoji things there, and I presume they're the ones that float up the chat when you press them. But I don't use them, and it's fucking annoying.
I thought that was only on mobile.
It's not on my mobile today.
No,
it's not showing on my desktop.
Somebody just pressed it because there's a load of hearts floating up there now.
Holly.
Oh God Almighty! Look at it.
I'll be Holly.
Yeah, but surely I must be able to click it off of here so I don't see it.
No, you can't turn it off. That's the whole point.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking annoying.
So I'm going to have to put up with that all fucking afternoon. Brilliant. Yeah, it's lost souls. Look. Yeah, I had to be, didn't it? Absolutely had to be.
Danny, this definitely ain't baggy on me. I'm having to hold my breath to fit it on.
Get the same size for Holly. She wears them as mini dresses.
A long dress on Holly.
You don't have to be pressing hearts to be doing that, Holly. Honest. Oh, hello. Sausage fingers is signing the book. Oh dear. Oh, smoking too much again. Yeah, we've got to go through it all again later because there's another computer on the table over there for Heather. Because not only did I get sent an upgrade, she got sent one as well.
Somebody loves me. Na, 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 na.
Yeah, what it was, basically, Heather was talking to a subscriber of both mine and Dan's, well, and other channels. about what we can do about upgrading her one upstairs for me, i.e.,
Upgrading
faster process.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I work fast enough, mate. Don't you worry. And she was asking him what would go in it, and he said, "Oh, it's a dinosaur. I'll put you one together." But he didn't realise it was what she was trying to do was upgrade hers for me to use. So once he'd gotten on to that, it was like, well, I'll put one together for you, and as well as hers, and unbelievable,
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Amazing gesture.
Like I say, I don't know if he wants his name put out in public or not, so I won't for
No.
now. But if you're watching, mate, you've made my year with this. It's going to make it so much easier on here. There's still loads of it that I can't use. There's that many holes and slots in the back. Well, I could almost take it to bed and abuse it, but
Yeah. Sounds like one of my exes.
Stop him moaning eventually.
no, it's Heather's was great. She set it up more or less the same as everything was on my laptop, so I know roughly where everything is. And I'm doing nothing different, but it's a lot better, a lot clearer. It all happens quicker. And
Yeah.
that's what I was after. I hated watching YouTube when I was on your panels, when I'm on Sunday. And like everybody's on there as clear as a bell, and there's mottled me stopping in the corner and stuttering. So anything that goes wrong now is down to me, not the equipment.
Well, I'm still having. I've been in touch with. I think I said the other day. I've been in touch with the people that make the interface card for my cameras. I had to do some run a troubleshooting program that they gave me, and they've sent that off to their engineers to find out what's wrong, because it certainly shouldn't be doing what it's doing. Even now, it's every now and again I'll freeze. It's not, but OBS has shown that I've not lost any frames whatsoever. So I'm not. Whereas I was lagging, and I was dropping frames and skipping frames. I'm not getting that now as I'm running this through. But every now and again, it is freezing, and that can't be anything to do with OBS. It's got to be something to do with the computer or the interface. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm still waiting for them to get back to me on that.
Well, it's basically what I've done now is proved what you were saying and everybody else was saying. It was the computing power in the laptop.
Yeah.
It just wasn't processing it quick enough to send it across, and there was so much lag. It was unbelievable. But this is, I am so chuffed with it. I've even cleaned the desk off in celebration. Alan, Dave, good morning, buddy.
How you doing, Alan?
As much as I've not got my glasses.
jump up on the panel then, Alan.
Yeah, jump on the panel, Alan. You're more than welcome, mate.
You ain't got to type then.
At all.
And you don't have to look at the chat. I don't know whether Rev was going to go live today or anything, but no, I just thought, well, I didn't do one yesterday, and with everything going on today, there's probably, plenty of people that could do with a distraction, I expect. So I just thought I'd fire one up. If it only lasts an hour or a couple of hours, absolutely fine. We can go back to destroying the other computer.
Finished just sorting that one.
But yeah, well, no, this one's all right. Well, now I've got that email the right way round. I've just got to sort them files out.
Yeah.
And then I'm happy. But
that's what I mean. I've got to sort those files out, and then you'll be happy.
Yeah, well, happier. Funky prepper. Yeah, there are. I mean, there's loads of streams going up in London, obviously, and with everybody else and on the internet now. I think today the internet is going to be a bit slower than normal, to be honest.
Back in a sec.
That's it. Leave us with a picture from the wank bank. Hello, who's on about wearing thongs? Oh, Danny and Ollie. Yeah, that
Danny's
doesn't
wearing
surprise.
Holly's clothes.
Danny's wearing. Oh, sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat. Where does it say this? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Just before Alan joined us.
Well, I did have my doubts, but there you go. Morning, Chrissy.
Do you think he's
How you
wearing
doing, buddy?
Skirt round each knee?
I'd worry when you start using it as a face mask. She has the screenshots. Oh my God. Well, I've got some photographs of me in a micro mini skirt and stockings and suspenders and a boob tube, but I haven't got them on digital.
And you don't want to see him anyway.
You think you do things for love, Danny? You wait till you get to our bloody age here, mate. You do a lot harder things for love then, I'll tell you. If anybody wants to jump on the panel, feel free. Yeah, but will he walk up and down the quay, Holly, going, "Hello, sailor"? Oh dear, I'm off already. And what's the time? It's not even 11:30 yet.
Good company. It's nice to be in the company of friends when there's not a lot else to do.
Chrissy Morris, how you doing, my man?
Union Jack knickers on. Yeah, you can imagine it, can't you, Holly? Up and down the boardwalk. Hello, sailor. I've started, Dan. Sorry.
Well, I wouldn't be sorry. We wouldn't expect anything less.
It's Danny and Holly's fault. I was just saying, imagine him walking up and down the quay with her underwear on, going, "Hello, sailor."
Uh-huh.
Oh, nothing happening there. Some bold coloured bloke reading something.
No, he's only holding the book.
He's holding the book. Oh, the other one's reading, is he?
Yeah, the white-haired geezer's reading it.
Oh, look at all them pure little abused choir boys. Lord Pat the Executioner. What's that?
That's me. Have a look in the bottom. Have a look at the bottom. Got want to share something with you.
Thing. Yeah, but put it up if you want to put it up.
You need to put it up. You got to click on it to add it to the stream.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he forgets.
Oh my God.
Actually, today it looks like the new cream's working. Then don't look anywhere near that bad today.
That's what was that? Sorry, I was trying to read the chat then.
I said the new cream must be working because his fingers don't look that bad today.
Ah. Weird.
Well, I was looking for obviously it's King Charles III coronation sponsored by the WEF and Wolves sausages.
Wolves, yeah. And don't forget, wolves have ears. Probably a stunt double. Yeah, it can't be a natural one though. Best sausage friend. Yeah. We're gonna have a fry up tonight in celebration. Concentrate on the sausages.
Oh, I've got haggis and haggis black pudding with some whiskey sauce for my dinner tonight.
All the bits of an animal that I won't eat.
Haggis is lovely.
Oh God, no.
And, well, do you eat steak and kidney?
Yeah, but I'm not that keen on kidney.
Right, so you got bits of kidney, liver, heart. You got that kind of stuff in. It's all good for you. It's all all full of iron. Do you good?
It didn't do me any good the first time I tried it because I threw the lot straight back up.
Dan, he doesn't even like proper Cumberland sausage.
Doesn't like what?
Proper Cumberland sausage.
Well, I've gone off sausage after seeing Charlie's Fingers, but Cumberland sausages are nice.
Oh,
How
yeah.
can you like Cumberland sausages? My God.
Well, we've got Chrissy in the stream. I know the face, so I know it's not a video and definitely not a porn bomber.
Top of the morning to you, gentlemen, and panel, chat and panel. How are we all doing?
All right,
Yeah,
Chris.
not too bad, mate. Not too bad.
Good. I just thought I'd come on. I've not got a lot of time as per usual, but I just need to make sure that we've done our rendition of God Save the King. So if you'd like to be upstanding, gentlemen, we should all sing. God, no, I'm joking about that one. I've got my I've got my coronation T-shirt on. You ready?
Let's have a look.
It's my special coronation T-shirt. That's about as royal as I get. How we doing, though, gents? You all right?
Yes, mate. Yes, mate. I chuffed a fuck this weekend. I am. New computer, as you can see. No glitching, no freezing. Fucking.
God, I don't know where I've managed. I've never owned a computer in my life. Never actually owned one. Do everything on my mobile and tablet.
I had 1, 2, 3, 4 laptops.
Oh.
And that was just learning. And then I got the better laptop, which I learned a hell of a lot more, my videos, my editing. But then streaming, it just used to slow down. It just didn't have enough guts in it to get it going. And I've had a lovely subscriber. He actually builds custom computers.
Right.
So obviously he strips things out of older ones and puts the newer stuff in.
Danny's got to go. Danny Austin's got to go.
Okay, Danny, we'll catch you later, mate.
Take care, Danny.
What he's done, out of all the bits, he's put me one together, which is absolutely perfect for what I want to do. It's 4 times the speed and processing power of the other one. And along with that, he sent an upgraded one for Heather as well.
I am far too busy to even learn how to sort of work computers and stuff like that. I'm sort of like bare basics on the mobiles and all that sort of stuff. I can't even delete stuff, you know what I mean? It's like I might need it one day, so I don't delete it. I just have to buy a new crap phone every time it gets full. So, what are you two gentlemen up to today? Are you going to be celebrating our monarch's reign?
Nah, not me.
Can I just clarify? You are the Pierce, aren't you?
Oh, come on. Do you know, the amount of people that have said to me today, sort of like, what are you doing for the coronation? You having a beer for the... And I'm like, I started off by saying, do I look like a royalist? Then I sort of like progressed on to saying to them, I don't support paedophiles or people that support paedophiles. And then it's got to, I'd rather stab myself in the eyes with sharp pencils. And if it carries on, it's going to be, would you like a smack in the mouth? So, I'm just going to literally, I've got to go out and get something to eat and stuff. I'm going to take the dogs for a nice long walk. God save the king and all that bollocks. You drop me out of it, So it's far too Lord Barrington for me.
Yeah, it's just I'm the same with them, same as I am religion. If you want to do it and you need it or you've got it, you enjoy it. Absolutely fine. I don't.
Yeah. Well said, Roger.
But we're going to.
You hear the argument all the time about, but they're so good for tourists and the country and blah blah blah. I'm not against tradition. There are some traditions that are quite good. It's just that the amount we're paying. I mean, can we really not think of something better to spend 250 million quid on.
Everybody says they're a good ambassador for the country. If that's the case, why are a lot of the old Commonwealth nations leaving?
Yeah, and more leaving sort of like soon as well. I mean, keep them there as a ceremonial thing, as a tradition thing. There's no need to upset people by fucking them off, but let's take away the sort of like the money and the actual power that they've got, because they've still got a lot of power. The monarch has to put all the laws through, give royal assent to all the laws and stuff like that. So Dan, while you're here, the old bill are kicking right off apparently in London with their new protest powers. Have you had a chance to read up on the new bill, the new protest laws that have come in, mate?
Not all of it. I do know, saying to Roger earlier, because they stopped some vans this morning, the police, and arrested some people. They had vans full of banners saying "Not my king" and all that kind of stuff. So they're already abusing. Again, we've got the right to petition the king. We've got the right to, or the queen, or whatever. We've got the right to petition Parliament, and yet the police have now decided to take that right away from people by arresting people who want to go and petition. Just because it might upset the royalists.
Well, that's what goons do, Dan, isn't it? Gents, I've got a dash. I've got to go for lunch. Have a fantastic day. God save the Queen and King and whatever else, and God save everyone. How about that? And have a really nice time, gents. You take care.
Appreciate you dropping in, Chrissy.
No worries, guys. Always a pleasure. Take care, everybody. Thanks, everyone in the chat as well. Take care, guys. I'll be going live in a little while after you're off, Roger. So, because I've got to tell my Jimmy Savile story. I'll be using my new channel, I think. So, take care, gents. Love you.
All right, buddy. Take care, mate.
See ya.
Bye.
Oh, nice of him to jump on.
Yeah, he does quite often on the Friday. Yeah, but as he says, he's always busy and that, which I know because he's always out filming and looking into things. And
well, it's one way getting a plug out there for his Jimmy Savile story live later.
Yeah, I don't mind. He plugged away. I mean, if Holly's got a link there somewhere, you can chuck it in the chat for Chrissy if you want, to his channel. I don't mind that.
God save fucking the rest of us. Never mind God save the Queen or King. God save fucking the rest of us, and God give us
Well, it's like I said in the video the other day. They're stopping these people camping on the streets of the homeless and that, but it's all right during this.
Yeah.
They can pitch up along the Mall. They even get portable toilets and wash facilities brought in for them. So, and that's the council that pay for that.
Well, see, what we've got to do for now is just go and pitch up outside Buckingham Palace, and when the police come along, just say, "Well, we're just waiting till we can see the king,
waiting for the next funeral or coronation, whichever comes first."
We're waiting. We're not living here. We're waiting to see the king.
Yeah.
So.
But it was interesting to see the Americans coming over and living on the pavement in a tent.
Mm.
And they'd been there since Tuesday, I think it was. But it absolutely pissed down on them this morning, apparently, thunderstorms.
Oh, poor little sausages.
Yeah, can't help. They get their little tootsies wet, won't they?
Perfect weather for the street parties later.
There was one, I can't remember what channel it was on now. She said, yeah, nice and dry inside the tent. She said, but with the breathing, there's obviously the condensation problem. It plays havoc with your hair. She looked fucking like a baboon. I'm like, oh. But I couldn't do it for that. It's like these ones that... camp outside a bloody shop for a week for the next iPhone or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's no different from the iPhone before. It's a newer model and it's a status symbol, isn't it? You know, I mean, look at Sonic. He's still got that bloody old Nokia thing that he uses. But I mean, I got the S5s. They're what, over 10 years old. They still work absolutely fine. What's my 2C? The police were moving. Yeah.
Did they move on the couple that have been there for 10 days?
Yeah. It was going on 10 days before. British Bulldog, good morning. It is still morning. Yep. I've lost track of days and time at the moment. I keep thinking today's Sunday because I kept thinking yesterday was Saturday. It just all blurs into one. I fall asleep for a few hours when I need it and then just start again. Yeah, there is one thing I noticed with this, though. It's constant noise of the fan.
Yeah, you might hear it. I can't hear it. I'm not picking it up. But then when I open OBS, I get I get interference anyway. I've got like this constant whir, which I can't get rid of through the headphones. I think it's because the headphones are shit, to be honest. But
Can't be shit as mine, mate. I think they were £4.99 from B&M.
I'm not picking anything up from you though that I can hear.
Yeah, there is. I mean, the tabletop's 2 inches thick, solid wood, so it's not going to come through that. And it's not getting that warm, to be honest. Although it has got a bigger power pack in it, apparently, because it's got to run so much, so it draws a lot more power.
Yeah.
But he did say that in the little instructions that he sent with it. But no, I'm absolutely over the moon with it, mate. As you can tell, it's going to make my life a lot easier. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to go mental on the editing, as I said, because I just it's just too much to learn on them complicated ones for me now. But yeah, I might step up to that clip champ or whatever it is, so I can do 2-channel. But that's in for the future, that one. I've got this. Oh, yeah, because you create a loop over there, don't you?
No, I can hear it across the room. I haven't got. I'm watching the stream eventually because I can't. You've laughed at T-shirts and it's not even come up on my screen, but I can actually hear the fan over here.
Yeah, but don't forget,
we've got 3 bank holidays this month, James, not just the 2.
Yeah. Yes, Lost Souls, and well, you know how much I've been looking forward to getting something a bit better. So, and yeah, this one should last me well beyond the Windows 10 when they stop supporting that, because it can be changed around and upgraded, and apparently it can even be switched over to Windows 11 if I needed to in the future. So.
Yeah, I keep trying to people keep trying to talk me into getting Windows 11, and I'm used to Windows 10 now. I know Windows 11 has been out long enough now not to have too many issues because they've fixed most of them, but still, we did try to put Windows 11 on, and it fucked up.
Yeah, a lot of people. I watched some videos on it, and a lot of people are having issues with it. A hell of a lot of people. They're saying that it hasn't been perfected enough to be released to the general public. There's just too many issues. But I've never tried it. I've never seen a computer with it on, but I've just heard the whole horror stories. And to be honest, I still have enough trouble with Windows 10. But I'm learning it. Every day I learn something new, learn to do something. Like yesterday, I learned, okay, those plugs don't go in that hole; they got to go in that hole. And
yeah, make sure you got to make sure you put it in the right hole, Roger. Of course, there's lots of problems otherwise.
Well, yeah, if they won't kiss it, it don't fit. But the biggest confusion. Oh, that's all right. It's Discord telling me I'm live. With the sound, now the speakers I normally have plugged into the headphone outlet, the 3.5 jack.
Yeah.
Well, it's got a headphone jack on the front of this, but they wouldn't work from it. So I had to go into the back because there's a 3.5s there for microphone and speakers.
Yeah.
But it's also got a surround sound system. You got left, right, back, front, and centre speakers.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, fucking hell.
Trying to finish you off.
However, after playing for I don't know how long, trying to sort it out, I found a piece of paper which says, use the HDMI to connect to a television for sound, or connect a set of speakers to the rear green circular 3.5mm jack connector. Rear jack connector. Green. In black and white.
Well, Roger's a bloke. He's not going to read instructions, let's be honest.
I'm learning. I've got to nowadays, mate. I tell you. Yeah, go on then. I've forgotten what I was going to fucking say then. Oh yeah, that's the next stage. Some point this weekend or next week, I'm going to try and figure out where to plug in and how to use this sound card through it. Delivery. Ooh, bit of unboxing. Ah, it's the thread to fix me bloody fishing rod at last. So I smashed an eye on the thing last year, and yeah, you can buy the eyes for about £5, but then it's going to cost you another 12 quid for all the kit to fix it on.
Yeah.
But you know, I used to build rods years ago, custom build fishing rods. People would bring me the blank, and I'd whip it all up and space it out and put the handles and everything on.
Yeah.
And I won't go half measures. I got to do it with the proper stuff.
I just used to use fishing wire. If I had an issue while I was out fishing, I'd just use fishing wire to lash an eye back on and just leave. I'll just end up leaving it. I'll never do it afterwards.
Well, we had, because I took the 2 rods that I was going to give away. If there was anybody there that had, you know, real crap tackle that could do with something better and they couldn't afford it, I was going to give it to them. So what I did, I took one of the eyes off of one of them, used some cotton that we bought from one of the hardware stores, and pink glitter varnish, mauve glitter varnish over the top of it, because that was the darkest varnish we could get. I'm like, what the fuck? But
afternoon, Adrian.
Adrian, good afternoon. Well, it's still good morning.
Oh, it is, yeah. Not for long though. How you doing, Adrian?
That ain't fishing, that's angling. Morning, Mark. Yeah. I don't know why they call it fishing or even catching, you know. Who else we got in here? We got 15.
How you doing, Mark?
What do you reckon to the stream today then, Mark, with the new kit, eh? Look, woohoo, I don't freeze. And that bloody goddamn awful camera that wouldn't work on the other one is working perfect today. Hasn't frozen yet. Which is just as well, because the angle from the other one is fucking terrible, if I'm honest.
What, the one that shows the back of your head?
Well, it's too close, I think. If I switch over to that one, you know, you only get the head and the neck in, basically.
Yeah.
But it's the one that, when the other one packs up, continues to work. It's the only one that's always worked all the time, you know.
There is one thing I've noticed is when you do switch between cameras, there is a bit of a delay before the new camera kicks in. That's the only thing that I've noticed, but it's still working.
Yeah, it's, you know, there's so many things that are changing. And you know the sort of person I am. Rather than sit back and wait for something to go wrong, I'm looking for something to go wrong. If you know what I mean.
Story of my life.
They went wrong with me when they first mixed the two chemicals in the test tube. That's another story. But oh yeah, that was the one, wasn't it? Who was I chatting to in the comments in the week? Can't remember now. But I said about it in a video about the mouse mortar story. But this it's a bit gory. I mean, we were probably 13. We had a load of mice that used to get in the shed. So I came up with the idea with a bit of, well, it was inch and a quarter, whatever it was back then, but 22 mil copper pipe, crimp the end, drill a hole, use the powder and the propellant out of shotgun shells, and you just lay it on the floor by the shed. Now, a mouse, if it goes up a tube and gets to the end, it won't turn round and come back. So the obvious thing to do is put a fuse in it, light it, point it at a wall and run. So we called it the mouse mortar. Not a lot of power in it, but it did the job. And then someone, not me, came up with a bright idea of let's make a rat mortar.
Right.
The issue with that was he'd used substandard piping and it was too big. So when it was lit, the bloody thing just exploded.
Oh, fucking hell.
But it's like I said in the video the other day, the things we used to do back then as kids, everything was designed to maim or kill you, but you enjoyed it and you didn't give a shit.
Very true. Very true.
You know? And if you got hurt doing something, you learnt by it because you wouldn't go back and do it again.
Oh, well, there's a few things that I went back and did again.
Holly wanted to know when he was getting crowned. He's got the gold thing being put
Oh.
on at the moment. So
Holly wanted to know when he was going through it. It's he's got his big gold heavyweight gown on now, apparently.
I remember once my dad showed me this trick. Right, I learned never to do this.
Simon, good morning, buddy.
Hello, Si. My dad showed me this trick once. Right, I was off school because I'd crushed my hand. My hand got crushed, and I broke like all the bones in my fingers. So I was off school, right, for ages. And my dad showed me this trick one day. I'm sitting in the garden with my dad, and he poured some methylated spirits, only a little bit, in the middle of his hand, and he lit it. And he just held it, and I was like, "Fucking hell!" I didn't say it, I was only young. I was like, "That's fucking magic." That is. He's just holding a flame. Anyway, a few years later, when I was a bit older in my teens, I had some mates round, and there was no one else in, just me and my mates. And I was like, "Oh!" It just fucking popped into my head. So I went, "Check this out." So I went and unlocked my dad's shed. Went and got some meths. Rather than just pouring a little bit in the middle of my hand, I was like, glug 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 glug, like, all over my hand. Got a lighter and I've lit it, and the whole thing was going woof. And I stood there for a second, and it was on fire. All my mates were just going, "Oh, that's fucking well cool." And all of a sudden, I started feeling the heat, and I was like, "Oh, fuck!" And I'm literally running around the garden, wave my arm, go whoosh whoosh, trying to blow the thing out.
Olympic torch.
And literally, I had to literally jump on top of my arm on the floor and just sort of smother it on the floor.
How many accounts is Rev coming in on? I've seen 3 so far.
all adds to the numbers.
Yeah, but I know from first-hand experience with the fire in the car and that I had. But yeah, with the racing fires, it's not normally the flames that do the damage; it's the heat transfer.
Yeah,
that's the hardest one. But yeah, there is another. Oh, I can't remember what it's called now. It's like a gel that you put on, and you can light. A lot of the stunt people use it.
yeah.
Spike from what's his name would probably know about it, being involved with the Bond movies. But you can light it up, but you've still got to wear a fireproof suit underneath.
Yeah.
But it won't. The fire won't spread any further than that gel. I can't remember what it's bloody called now. If you want to jump on a panel, Rev, links in the top there, mate. Jump on anytime you like.
Only one of you, though.
Yeah, well, me and Pap can have a break. You can sit there and argue with yourself twice over.
Yeah, could do that.
Oh, he's trying to out-ratio us. He ain't doing a bad job so far.
The Rev is half the people watching.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave. Good morning to you. Well, what, the 7 minutes that are left of it? Yeah, it's, you know, if anybody's got anything they want to ask, your opinions on it, or anything for that matter, feel free. Saves me sitting here like a twat.
Hi, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah.
Dan, I want to know how we're going to raise money for your party this year. Are we going to pay to get Roger timed out?
No, I'll be paying for the first few rounds this year. That last year was a bonus, to be honest. The whole crinkle thing was a result, and
that was fucking hilarious. That was.
If you know, somebody said it the other day, or the other week, somebody said it to me. You know, I didn't plan what happened to happen, and if I did that, as much as I hate crinkle, if I did that, I'd be an arsehole for doing that. So I'm just gonna.
Well, he could have reversed it and paid you to keep him on for 20 minutes. Morning, Reverend.
Hello, Mr.
Hello. I saw your video.
You're muted, Rev. Can't hear you. Try the unmute button. No, still not.
I'm going to work on facial expressions.
Hang on. Yes.
Hello.
What happened? The Oculus headset updated and changed everything. I'm like, fuck off. So
You've got a delay though. You've got a delay between you're out of sync. Your audio and your video is out of sync.
Bothered.
I'll come back. Let me try again.
Ain't it great? You guys have got thousands and thousands of pounds worth of kit there. I got stuff that's been given me. You know, it ain't had a problem yet.
Yeah, but somebody always has a technical side.
Don't tempt fate, Roger.
No. I shouldn't mention it, really. Oh, and he's back.
I have a feeling I won't have fixed it.
That's it. Done. Yeah, it's done now.
Do you know what? Turn it off and on again. It does work. I'm uploading. I was thinking, it's bandwidth. Hello, Mrs. By the way, how are you? What am I looking at?
She's over there.
Good, thank you. Busy eating.
Excellent. I wished I was. I'm hungry. Yeah, I was looking at the TV over there. So I'll say hello to your missus when I should be looking there.
That's all right. I tried to look away when I talked to her as well. Wait for it.
I'm thinking, oh.
You think I'm very honest looking at you? You've got another thing coming. I'll find something heavier and harder.
Yeah, thank you.
You've got your bunting up, Rev.
Fuck off.
I take it you ain't seen his video then, Dan.
Fucking sausage fingers, fucking mate supporting paedophile, fucking uncle, paedophile, fucking brother, World Economic Forum plant talking. No. I don't know. I can't think why I'm not feeling too in the mood.
Oh, that just reminded me of that one that you posted on Facebook, Dan. The kid with the Tourette's in the back of the car.
Yeah.
Angry kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an old one.
Very
Dude.
abused police. Yeah, that one.
You know.
What's the wanker?
I take it Welsh is up in London still, is he?
Don't know. I haven't heard from him since the pie.
He was up in London last week because he was going round Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. I mean,
filming around there.
If there's somebody there to wind up, he'd be happy. So.
Well, I think the last one I saw was that Ukrainian standing there giving it, his little speech, and they were all saying to him, like, why the fuck are you over here? Shouldn't you be over there fighting for your country, sort of thing? But
yeah,
well, he's a typical left-leaning, probably like a socialist, isn't it? Your money will pay for what I want, and you lot will go and fight for what I believe in. But I'm not going to raise a finger or do fuck all, but I'm going to point fingers at you and make you lot feel guilty. Actually, no, mate. I couldn't give a fuck if Ukraine were nuked off the planet. Make no odds to me. Couldn't give two fucks. Like, get rid of a lot of fucking Nazi following fucking battalion hands off wankers, though, wouldn't it? Hey, but
yeah.
But hey, what's a fucking proxy war anyway? Yeah, it's good. Well, we poked the finger at the Russians, and now they're over in some black country. I can't remember. It'll come to me in a minute. I've put it in a video actually. And the Americans and the Russians are doing what they're doing, having their fight on somebody else's soil, wrecking that, while they're trying to bomb democracy into the place, I should imagine.
Yeah.
So the Americans end up funding some sort of paramilitary organization, or the CIA puts somebody in there that 20 years later turns out to be Bin Laden or someone like that, I mean, the CIA...
And the ones that are running away from the wars are coming over here and starting a new bastard.
Yeah. A lot of people that come from countries like that generally come over here because they want a better organized crime, not a better life, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't got any fucking sympathy with him. You flee your own country while it's at war. You're a tosser.
Yeah.
You should be there supporting it, unless it is a fake war.
Well, I said it yesterday. I would fight for my country, but I won't fight for the person that rules it.
No. Actually, saying that, I'd have to fight for my own country. But you could guarantee that if they find a war, or the reason to go to war, it's to make a banker, a globalist, or whoever it is, a shitload more cash.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the money that's gone missing out of what the Ukraine have been given.
Yeah. I mean, didn't fucking Mr. Green T-shirt, I'm not wearing mine today, didn't Mr. Green T-shirt and his mates end up losing about 450 million into their personal accounts and other places?
Yeah. I mean, he bought a bloody great big spread out in America.
Don't you hate it when that
somewhere to run to afterwards?
That was the last proxy will. I bought half of fucking Wales. It's derelict, but no change. No, to be honest, he would have to move to somewhere other than Ukraine, because by the time he's helped destroy Ukraine with the rest of them, he won't be welcome there.
No.
But things will happen to him. He'll never get to spend that money.
No. It's there is so much that's not being told around it. It's unbelievable. And the thing is, it's like I said, when was it? Thursday. You can't trust anything that comes from either side, and you can't even trust our government to tell us what's really going on, and they're the only ones that know.
Yeah, we'll always be mushrooms.
Yeah.
If you understand that everything to do with the government, everybody's government, right, and everything to do with everybody's media and the internet is all lying at you, and some of the people that you actually know and love, they lie as well. If you can understand that and not feel intensely paranoid, then you're doing all right. Because that's the reality of this world. We're led to believe that they're good and honest men and all the rest of it. There's a few of them there, but the rest of the people are out for themselves because they've been trained to do this. So you've got people who are out for money, people who are out for power, people who are out because they're sociopaths, people who are out for all the other reasons, and people that just can't tell the truth because it's easier not to.
Yep. The people that have nothing are the ones that will stand up next to their neighbours and brothers and sisters, and the people that have got everything are the ones that will go, "Oh fuck me, let's go and hide somewhere and let everyone else deal with it for us."
It's like this.
Yep.
If the world leaders had to stand in a ring and fight to the death, there wouldn't be another war.
Yep. What was the Black Sabbath one? War Pigs, wasn't it? That the generals are the first ones to start the war, and then they run away and leave it to everybody else to die.
Field Marshal Haig, how far behind the lines was he when he was telling all these men to come out of the back and walk towards the enemy?
Yep.
I've noticed that actually. When you looked at a picture of Patton and some other general from a lot later on, I think Patton had, no, it wasn't Patton. Who's the other one that became a president? Is it Eisenhower?
Eisenhower, yeah.
Eisenhower. Small little strip across there. He was to do with the Second World War, which allegedly we won, but there's not more to that war than the many layers. Tiny little strip like this. Now, some other prick that led a proxy war over in some other country that we ended up losing, massive amount. You can't, literally almost can't get it on him, right? And who rewards these people? Well, if it's a fucking proxy war, they all get rewarded because the people who instigated it needed somebody to run it. The people that were running it needed to know it was a proxy war and carry on, and they have to be financially rewarded. They have to be rewarded with a job afterwards and give me lots of medals.
Yeah.
It's like Muttley, isn't it? Give me a medal.
Well, has anybody got the you got the TV on, haven't you, Roger?
Got the what? Sorry.
TV on.
Yeah.
It fits.
Are all the royals doing their Walter Mitty bit?
He just sat there with this pink thing on his head, and it looks like he's water divining or something with two sticks.
I had to wiggle it around a bit to get it on, but it fits.
Well, it's only perched on top of his head, isn't it?
I still had to wiggle it a bit. Jiggle it a bit.
Sit on my head and wiggle. That reminds me of
What a. Oh.
So.
Well, the thing is, I was literally having it on to see if anything kicks off with or in the crowd. Now, we know that if it does, the first thing they're going to do is switch the feed to another camera.
They've arrested a load of anti-royalists already.
Yeah.
This morning they had a bit of a mission, pulling over some Lutons and stuff that were rammed full of "Not My King" signs.
Yeah.
Already mounted on sticks as well.
When you said Lutons, I thought you were talking about people of a different ideology. You meant the van.
It's funny how words have changed their meaning over the years, isn't it?
Yeah, Luton.
Well, those that you're still allowed to use. Anyway, Rev, what do you reckon of the new setup? Am I a lot clearer on that, your end?
Yeah, all gravy here, mate. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Not a new computer, another computer. So.
Yeah.
Quick interruption. Rev,
yes.
You want to come up to Liverpool, middle of June, your birthday?
Yeah. That was it, yeah. Was that persuading me, wasn't it? Yeah. Excellent.
Well, I thought you'd take a bit more than that, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, we got to come up there for that. Then we got to come past again. I think it's another week or so later because we go past Liverpool on the way to Cumbria.
Yeah.
For our annual fishing sessions. Hopefully, you'll still be able to come, Dan.
I should be, yeah.
So,
should be able to.
How much room's in your gaff then to sleep?
I've got 2 sofas.
We booked the 2-bedroom cottage this year, so because we've got some other people coming up for a couple of days, hopefully as well at one point.
I believe I'm starting to think that it might be a bad idea selling this fucking van, even though I meant to.
I'll tell you what, they're really clamping down on this van life now.
Are they?
Yeah, Wales apparently are just moving people on from lay-bys no matter what time, day or night. And Yorkshire, they're getting the same way. The only ones that we've found where they don't actually move you on, as long as you don't take the piss, is actually Cumbria around the Sillett area.
What's the argument for moving them on if they're in a lay-by? They're obviously not obstructing.
You're not
No,
allowed to sleep in a lay-by overnight. It's like they're not allowed
bylaws.
lorries, trucks to sleep in lay-bys overnight. If you go to where is it? Where Dover is, that county, you're not allowed to stay overnight in a lay-by. They'll nick you.
Yeah, you have to stay in the proper truck parks, don't you?
That's part of your job, obviously, nighting out in the truck because you've gone so far you can't drive home. So that's why they have sleeper cabs. But they just don't. They're cunts. They don't want you to do it.
So what happens if you drive? Let's say driving a lorry, right? You drive a wagon, and you've done your hours. And if you do any more than that, your tacho shows that you've done more than that, you get fucked. If you need to drive another few miles, for example, and you get pulled over and it's past your tacho, granted they can give you, they could say, well, okay, fair enough, but they could nick you for that. So if you pull over
infringement, and if you go over your hours, you can get fined for that. So what you would do is you would have to plan your day, right, hoping there's no traffic jams, that you drive into the county that you're not allowed to stay in, do what you've got to do, and then you can either stay in the yard of the person that's there, right, but they won't let you usually because of insurance and stuff, or you have to make your way out of that county and then sleep in a lay-by in a neighboring county. Or if there's a truck stop in that county and you can get into it, then that's different, but they'll all be taken up.
So you could be fucked either way then, really, can't you? So you could either be driving over your hours and get done for infringing your drive, your tacho and that, or you're going to get done for fucking pulling over and resting as you're supposed to do.
And do you remember when we were all like hailing the NHS and banging our pots and pans? And similarly, around that time, we were paying lorry drivers the real wage. Well, since then, they've managed to bring the wages right back down. So they're offering class one anything between £10 and £14 an hour, right? There is more out there, but that's starting to look around the average. I mean, I think £10 actually is about £10.89 or £11 or whatever it was. But anyway, so you can get, for every ton overweight, it's £1,000, right? And sometimes you won't be able to know because there is no weighbridge near, right? So you could be overweight. Not all the companies weigh everything up and do it properly, so you can get done for that. If there's anything wrong with your truck that you've missed out or something's gone wrong en route, you'll get done for that. Any infringements, because when they pull you up, they'll go through your tacho and they'll find out infringements. They might want to fine you for that. All of that, and yet you could probably get a job earning similar money or better where you're at home every night for, say, for instance, working in Lidl. So people say, why don't you go work for Lidl and stop whinging? If we all did that, you'd have fuck all.
Yeah, Lidl's wouldn't be able to operate because the truckers ain't delivering to it.
And you've got truckers in other countries are treated differently. In Spain, you get looked after. In France, apparently, you get looked after. Over here, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a brain dead idiot that's in the way and an inconvenience.
Well, this was always the argument with the truckers. Originally, they were on good money, but what it was always about the conditions that they got to work in and where they got to sleep over. You know,
a lot more in the 80s, Rog. A lot of them, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, in the 80s, you used to be able to park up in a lot of places, and there'd be lay-bys in the old days with toilets that hadn't been smashed up, or lay-bys that have now been filled in so that you can't park there because they don't want you there.
Yeah.
And in the old days, in the 80s, your trucks were actually a bit smaller, right? And you had boarding houses, or you had what they call them, transport cafes.
Yeah, you used to have the bunk rooms out the back.
You get honest food, right, for a real price. And if it's a decent one, then they'd actually put on some music at night or put on a show, and people would go there and they get tidied up for the night, and it would be a social thing as well. People would look forward to it. Fuck that. What have you got?
One we used to stop at down your way, actually, Sparkford.
Mm-hmm.
There used to be it burnt down next to the garage there. There was a big truck place with bunks out the back. As if we were on a late night run down to Cornwall from Oxford on the bikes, we used to stop there because you'd get, as you say, a damn good meal for the money. And if there weren't many truckers in, they'd say, well, yeah, look, if you want to pay a couple of bob and use the bunks out the back, carry on.
Yeah, it was a different world there. But nowadays, the thing you've got to worry about is getting the actual truck nicked off you, like, because they break in. Some parts of the UK, you actually have to like tie the doors together from inside, right? So they're going to fit a lot. Some of them put sprays through the door locks or in through the gaps to try and poison you out, right? Then you've got your fuel getting nicked on a regular basis. You've got your curtains getting slashed if you've got a curtain cider. You got the other worry about overnight, some fucker might get into the back of your truck, right? Depending on if you're going out of the country, because the illegal gangs who sneak in here illegally have got to sneak back out.
Wow. Yeah.
So they actually have to get onto the vehicles going out as well, which is something we hadn't heard much of, but it is happening now. And
Oh,
there's a lot more
it's been
to it.
happening a while.
You got operators who are running bent because it's the only way they can make any money. And you
Yeah.
think, if I don't accept it, then he'll replace me with somebody who's come over here from another country who don't give a shit. We flooded it with Polish and rinsed them out, and they got wise to it, and a lot of them said sod it. So we rinsed out the Romanians, and a lot of them have seen through it. Now, there's two types of Romanian and Polish. There's really good ones, really bad ones.
Yeah.
And over in those countries, they don't care as much about the law as we do, especially in Romania. There's some shit driving. And there's a Romanian operator here. It says, I won't employ him. He says, I won't have them anywhere near the place. They're full of damage and they're just more hassle than they're worth. So a Romanian operator in the UK employing English people or Polish. But yeah, and then we've got Romanov, which is a Romanian operator that's come over here now, and he's sucked up all of, because he's undercut everybody, a bit like Stobart did in the 80s. If you're a Stobart driver in the 80s, you get attacked because they take the load up there and they bring the load back for free, and that put a lot of operators out. But this Romanov or Romanak or whatever it is now, they're all driving shit Ivecos and they're paying people peanuts. And literally they're in Morrison's, Tesco's, Asda, Co-op, and all the operators, owner operators that were in there earning okay, they've all been chucked out. My boss, he's got 2 units parked up and they've been parked up for months. Can't get to work. Fucking mental, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a friend of mine down in Bristol. She's always advertising. I think she runs an advertising business for drivers from a quarry there, and she's constantly got an advert on Facebook for it.
Which quarry's that out of interest? I've probably
I've
been in.
no idea which one it is. Claire Rhodes, her name is. She posts on Facebook with a phone number if anybody's interested. But
a lot of quarries around here. A lot of quarries have run out now, and what they're doing is they're taking the muck that's come out of all the extra building that they're doing at the moment and running it back in there and backfilling it.
Yeah.
I took a load of, this doesn't make any sense. I took a load of soil that allegedly had asbestos from Cardiff up to Wolverhampton and tipped it there. Fucking 600 quid. Cheers. Right. Well, what was the point when we've got quarries here that we could have just tipped it into?
Yeah. If asbestos is under the ground, it's harmless.
Yeah, it's only when you start inhaling the shit problem.
Yeah. I mean, they've stopped us years ago doing the roofing when we used the asbestos composite slates. You can't get them anymore because when we used to cut them with the scraper, obviously you create a dust. And no, health and safety. Well, we've been using the fucking things for 20 years. Why bother now, like, you know?
Yeah, no, got to do this, got to do that. But they're building everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that for an economy to keep going under a fiat currency, they've got to keep producing more and more interest and keep lending more and more money. So bringing all these people in and then creating a housing shortage so that we can create all these extra houses all over and a lot of them are going straight to the foreigners, not us, which is another thing.
New builds, everything.
Yeah. They've got to make sure there's a shortage because that keeps the house pricing up, which keeps the lenders happy because they make money, keeps keeps all sorts of banking interested. And these people that are just buying up through compulsory purchase or otherwise, and they're just building everywhere. Now, the problem we've got at the moment is a lot of the land is either swampland or something similar. So we're going in at the moment and dropping muck from all these other builds and raising it up 2 meters. We've done it down in Bridgewater. We're doing it in Bristol. We're doing it in other parts as well. Now, imagine that land that used to suck up water is now gone, but it's now 2 meters higher. So the other land around it that used to be all right will now be potentially in fear of being flooded because the water has to run somewhere.
Well, yeah.
And if you remember, the European Union and our government all got together and told the farmers about rewilding. That was a problem. And whereas they stopped them digging out all of the rivers and stuff and stopping the silt being there, you look at all of these rivers now, the silt level's a lot higher. The water flow through is, and you know, it's creating problems for the future.
Yeah, I mean, we used to get a big flooding problem in Abingdon, where I was born, because it's right in the middle of the floodplains in Berkshire. And you got the Thames runs right through the middle of it. And they've actually built hundreds of years ago, they built a raised causeway along the main road going out of the town in one area so people could still leave when it was flooded.
Yeah.
And literally, bar the town, all the surrounding fields are just flooded.
Do you know, I was working on GTRM on the railway once, and we headed from Swindon, we went west. He says, "Oh, we're going to go to the Thames." I went, "Fuck off, mate. Thames is in London," not knowing how far inland it winds.
Yeah. Well, Abingdon is the only place, as far as I know, in the country where you can fish in the river without a rod license. Because on the Magna Carta or something, it was decreed that it would always be free for the townspeople to fish there, or fee from whatever they said at the time. And you pay a couple of quid to get a permit. And that's only administration. You just prove that you live within 3 miles of the town centre, and you can actually fish the river for free.
So at the moment, there's a French trawler running through there, pretending
factory ship at the lock.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, it's got beautiful broken language English, honestly.
Yeah.
You English, Bloody New Year. Oh, well done.
We used to love playing down there as kids. I mean, I used to fish in the river years ago, but in the summer we used to have a thing about jumping off the road bridge, and of course there was the issue with boats coming underneath and shit. So it's quite a wide bridge, but as we explained to the nice policeman, we always have someone down at the bottom to see if there's any boats coming through. So then he was going on about something. He said, "You really jump off there?" So I went up and dived off of it. I've got back out. He said, "Right." He said, "Name and details and whatever." He said, "You were going to be receiving a fine." I said, "Well, what for?" He said, "Well, it's actually against the bylaw." I said, "Well, what are the two nails doing then, showing the middle of the bridge and the deepest part?" He said, "No, they were the nails that rolled in the sign telling you it was fucking illegal." So they fined me a £5.
I think the computer's about to crash. These screens have all gone black. That's interesting. Can't see a damn thing. They might come back on, or I might end up with nothing.
You're still coming through. We can still see you.
Fucking amazing. I can't see a shit. $3.5 grand for a computer. It's really paid out well, I think that has. Yeah. Honestly, I've got a screensaver on that one over there, and they're all black. That's wonderful. Are we making up our mind whether we're going to crash over there, or are we just being a twat?
Yeah, it's just having a hissy fit. But I think the internet's a little bit slower today as well with everything that's going on. There's hundreds of people streaming shit. And
Rev, you haven't got your settings set for a screensaver, have you? And all of your screens are linked. Because if you have, then they will all go off.
No, this is just.
I know that sounds really stupid.
Hang on. I moved my screen, my mouse, and it all came back on.
Right, so you've got a screensaver.
Screensaver mode. I had to turn it off for Roger last night.
It's got an update, hasn't it? Maybe that's what it is. All right, how do we fix this live on air?
Right click on the desktop somewhere.
Right, hang on. Right click.
Personalise your settings.
Task manager or task bar settings?
No, just right click on the actual desktop, not on the bar across the bottom, on the actual page.
Yeah.
And you should have at the bottom of that list, it should say personalize.
No.
Right. What are you? What?
We did say right click, didn't we?
Operating system are you using?
I got 11. Back, forward, reload, save, cast.
Different. Okay. I know 11's different.
Let's go to settings. That's a bad idea. Display?
Probably not.
Okay.
No, display's generally separate from personalized. Tell you what, go to search, go to your search bar down the bottom, and just type in screensaver.
Change screensaver control panel. Dun, dun, dun. Screensaver, none. Oh.
Black screen.
Does it say?
Time to cut off.
Yeah. Is there a like a a thing on there, drop down maybe that says time to whatever it is. Hang on a sec. Let's see what it is on mine.
That's something I had fun and games with yesterday.
Change power settings. Oof. Why is it?
It could be. It could even be the power settings. It could be set to go for your screens to go to sleep.
Mine's on high performance, and they reckon balanced is recommended.
Yeah. No,
This is going to be a job for Ron, isn't it? We'll do this later. But at least I know to wiggle my mouse if it does happen again.
Yeah, I reckon initially, first thing that popped into my head was screensaver, but it could be on your power settings. It could be that it's set to for the screens to go off to save you, to save you a bit of money on your Lecky for whatever it's going to save you. But yeah, it could be one or the other.
Apparently, mine done the same yesterday, and it's a setting that most offices use for security. So if you walk away from your computer for a couple of minutes, it turns itself off and you got to log back in.
This does have a screen say, well, it does go dark when I've been away from it for a while, but I thought because we were live streaming, obviously, no.
No, it works on movement of the mouse or something on the keyboard.
Yeah, if there's no movement on there.
I'll wear the mouse out. Anyway, so I got a bollocking by one of my subscribers saying, Rev, you need to stop having these drama streams. I was thinking, well, you're commenting on a channel that I didn't do it on. No, you don't want to be having what's his name? Fucking Crinkle on. He said, I was thinking Crinkle didn't say a fucking word, and it was actually that stream that we went to my other channel and did it on. That was 3 hours of chaos, and I do believe that the people watching it kind of enjoyed it.
Crinkle was all right initially, wasn't he? To be fair, it was after he'd done
the drag it up, and then he was
once he was jacked up, that was it.
Oh, fucking hell. No, I mean, that explains a lot. It does explain a great deal. That I've never seen him like he was initially on that video, on that stream. Never.
Shocking,
fucking mental. And then that I know that he does that shit, but it's shown me that he does that because he's off his fucking tits.
Yeah. But he was before that, he said, you lot need to stop arguing. We were like, hey. He was being logical and reasonable. We were like, hang on, who the fuck's nicked him and put somebody else in his place? And all of a sudden, you're like, all right, the crack pipe's lit. There we go then. Bye. That's him. Lunatic. So that's why he says some of the shit that he comes out with. If he's crack piped off his head, he'll say whatever. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that he's actually a totally different, and I certainly wouldn't make any excuses for the bloke. Not at all.
The thing was, when he was talking rationally, or almost, he was debunking everything he'd ever said in the past.
Yeah.
But you can see why some people say he's a nice guy if that's the only side of him they've met.
Yeah, I should imagine his mother probably thinks he's a nice bloke, but he
can only see half his mates, can't he? Because he's blind in one.
Yeah, it's carnage. I am thinking about going live tonight, but I haven't got a clue what to do yet.
Well, I ain't got a clue what I was going to do this afternoon. I just thought I'll open up, and if there's anybody wants to jump on that ain't interested in that,
I'll open up the shop.
Yeah. But plus it's a good test as well for this computer that I got. So it's got 4 times the amount of power that I'm used to, so I can do lots of different things on it now. Once I learn.
Well,
Stuart, you're right, mate.
There's a huge marquee over the way here, right? You've been here, Pat, right? There's a green over the back of them houses. They are fucking great marquee. Now I might be in the old stuff.
Are you talking about down that alleyway bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't go over with the rest because I couldn't walk that. I couldn't do the walk. So
I'll set the picture. The other side of those houses are fucking green, right? It belongs to the community effort over there. But they've got a big marquee. Now, I'm not dumb, but I know there's going to be food around somewhere and I'm hungry. I'll get something out of this coronation if it kills me.
Afternoon, Sammy. Stuart. Yeah, I mean, Tiff was just saying there's gazebos and that going up on the green outside her place. But usually round here, you could hear a street party or something go, but I ain't heard a thing out there, to be honest.
Fishing down the rain.
Well, yeah, pissing down with rain don't help.
Either that or it's going to be fish and chips, come home and a kip, so I could be I've got to get some beer as well for tonight.
Just have a fry up and celebrate sausage fingers, innit?
Look at the sausages. Yeah.
Sausage sandwich.
Are you going to be drinking tonight?
Say again.
Are you drinking tonight?
Me? No, I'm not. Not tonight. It's tomorrow night. I might be. It's a members stream tomorrow night, so I might just get half a bottle tomorrow.
Are you being good at the moment?
Well, I mean at the moment, I only drink once a week anyway. Okay, I drink a full bottle of brandy once a week, but I only drink once a week.
Yeah, once a week, and it starts on a Monday and ends on a Sunday.
Saturdays and Sundays. Yeah. In came the bottle of brandy, on went the stream, and it was like, yeah, just drool down myself.
But that's what I used to like about your original pubs lives on a Saturday night. The fucking mess you lot used to get in on there was unbelievable.
Yeah, like this on stream, isn't it?
It's
People
dripping
phoning
over
you,
the
"Go to
microphone.
Yeah. There's two types. There's people that hate them and the people that like them, and you can't please both. So you just
Yeah, I mean, but they were always a laugh, weren't they? You know, you
Some
got these
people
people
do,
now, like you were saying, that they'll just fire a stream up because they want the drama in there because they know it's going to attract viewings.
Yeah. I might look for some news stories, fire it up later on, have a few beers, just a few beers before, and then see how it goes. I want to try and give
After
people a
you
laugh.
went to the pub this afternoon, I suppose.
No comment. Oh. The actual better way to do it is not drink in the afternoon, have a kip, then go to the pub, come straight back, fire it up, because you're all ready to go. Because if you have a beer, then you go to sleep and you wake up, you're a bit like, oh, you know, a bit negative.
Shall I bother? Yeah.
And I get that. I'm like, oh, what am I going to do? It's not going to go very well. And then all of a sudden, you end up with a 7.5 hour stream that went mental.
Well, on his Sunday streams, quite often Ollie has to ring him to make sure he's awake.
Yeah, they do go on, don't they?
In the chat, a new person to you?
Yeah.
Have you got a new sub?
Might have.
Wow.
Could have a few actually. I've just subscribed to any channel.
It is Sammy. That's the casting couch over there.
Only when the cameras are on, it turns into something else when they're not.
The joy of being.
That's where the private videos are done.
I have to take the waterproof sheet off when I go on a live stream.
I knew it wouldn't be long before we got into this.
Lasted an hour and a bit, didn't you? Done all right.
Yeah, oh no, there was a bit earlier as well.
About 11:15.
Yeah, about 5 minutes after I fired up. But that's what I come on for, you know, just for have a bit. He's got a can. What's that? Thatcher's?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I seem to have accidentally opened it.
Oh, dragon.
Cheers, Pat.
She's spoiling me this week. I got big cans of energy drink.
I drink that, I'll be rattling.
It's my favourite drink, mate. I've literally had to stop myself and cut right back on how much of it I drink, especially with my blood issues as well now.
Fuck me, that's like a diabetic's worst. Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Quite true, Tim.
Thatcher's a clock.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that we should be prejudicing against alcohol in such a way and say it's unsociable to drink it before a certain time.
No.
I'm not going to pour it on my cornflakes, but if I fancy one in the morning, I'd have one.
Well, it used to be. You had the sun in across the yard arm yet. Okay, turn the fucking boat around so it is then.
Good idea. Oh, well, we go then. Yeah.
The sun is over the yard arm somewhere, my dear.
Yes.
Indeed. And I'm trading on their time.
Yeah.
Oh, you just go into whatever time zone it is, don't you? You know what I mean?
Have you had that Thatcher's blood orange cider? I think I might have had a sip. So, you want me to do an experiment and go and try it? I'll have to go to the pub. Oh dear. They've got the Thatcher's lemonade. They've got the Thatcher's lemon. The Thatcher's blood orange. They've got gold. They've also got Thatcher's dry, and then they got Thatcher's rough, and also Katie for those who just really. I mean, Katie's the same color as what was it? Remember what was that drink? Quite frightening. White Lightning or Diamond White. They were all never seen a fucking apple in their life, made by ICI, but used to work, didn't they? Right. Well, that Thatcher's Katie comes in a green bottle, and you think, oh, that's nice. I poured it out into a glass one day. I went, fucking chemicals in it. It's all white, but it's 8.5% of all white.
Yeah, well, all white, mate.
And it knocks the barnacles right off you.
Have you ever tried that Rattler cider?
Yeah.
That is real head fuck stuff. That is. They had to change the label on it because people were complaining the snake on the front was frightening kids as they walked past it in the supermarkets.
I was following it the other day. Comes from Cornwall, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was following it. And unfortunately, you know where you open up the back doors? All the writing was behind there, so I'm in a truck right up his ass so I can read the fucking thing. Been a bit the anchors, it'd have been game over. Can you explain to me why you were in the back of this truck? He's got cider, hasn't he?
The best brewery down there has just been sold. It was the one my mate owned, Skinner's Ales. Steve Skinner was a good mate of mine, and we used to run the door on his pub as well for him and what have you. And I don't know quite what happened, but all of a sudden I heard it had been sold. But I've still got 2 of the glasses here, to the pint ones that I had before it shut.
Well, the problem I like with a stream is
Can't drink cider. It's fucking horrible.
that glass. That's the problem. I put it in there.
That's 2 cans, isn't it?
Jude's shot glass in it.
Yeah. You're right, Jude.
It's got room on the other side for the half a dozen straws.
We're all right at the moment. She's down the hairdressers, so we'll be all right. I start saying shit like that. Did the key in the lock? What are you saying?
I used to like the pear cider, but I did have really bad side effects. Like it would give me the shits before I got home, and that was always a problem.
Yeah. You still start walking home with like back in it. I mean, you're clenching like honestly, it's like you'd make coal. Yeah.
Well, we used to go down. It's probably not far from you. Where we used to go to watch it, and there used to be a little cider farm down there called Big Bob, and we used to call in there as the bikers on the way to the festivals and shows and that, and just top up with cider, you know, the flagons and the plastic tubs and shit. But he always insisted you stop and add a couple of pints first.
Yeah.
No, we come out of there one afternoon. There was only about 15 bikes, but there was at least half a dozen pillions sat facing backwards, drinking out of these containers.
Yeah. And these things, if you leave them long enough, you see all this stuff underneath, and you can't. By the way, if you've never done this and anybody's watching this, right, and you buy this cider, you can't leave it. You've got to undo the top periodically, or the fucker explodes. Yeah. And once you've opened it, it's got about 2.5 days on it. And we used to realize this, so we just drank it in a hurry, and then you'd lose 2.5 days, which was great. But this stuff just fucking mind-boggling gear. But it's good because they do a place. Thatcher's in the old days when it was owned by the old man, £10, eat and drink all you like, and there'd just be literally all the old boys sat in there, just going blind. And I went to a place near Burnham, and I went in there, and it's just shit and hay and straw and fucking vats everywhere, right? And there's this thing, like I don't know how old he was, pissed up, 10 o'clock in the morning. And he says, hang on, young'un, I'll get my young assistant to come out and help you. Well, he was 75, the one that came out, and he was wearing a glove to stop the swelling, right? And his hands were like fucking Charles-like. And he said, do you want to try? I went, oh, go on, man. Felt rude not to at this point, right? So it says, oh, because some of them just do a little bit like that. Anyway, out comes half a pint, and I'm, God, fucking God. Yeah, I'll have it. Anyway, so we drank that, and I got it back and fucked up all the people that I knew back home. But this stuff was mental, and these people have been on it so long that you couldn't cremate them if they died because they'd be an explosive hazard. But yeah, they're just
Yeah, if you
great.
shook it up
Who
enough,
knows?
you'd sit there and it'd be like a snow globe, wouldn't it?
You could have used him during a fuel strike, but I mean, yeah, fucking nose like this, and all the veins going through, and they've got all red cheeks. Oh, there's the computer again. Let's see if it. No. Oh, it is. It is. It's bloody timing out. That's all. Oh, the screen went. Right, we'll have to have a look at that later on because that'll catch me.
Yeah,
up.
you just said it so it doesn't do it. You can say none. You can put a time or none. I had the problem yesterday.
It's
I
done.
turned around talking away to Heather, turned back, and what the fuck's going on here? And I had to sign in.
How long have you had this problem, Simon? With the screens going off?
Very black. Well, it was ever since I took that there chemicals that I was telling you about. Everything changed after that.
No wrong with any chemicals there, my band. Some my telly.
Okay, well, not no, they directly I did. Get on me, Hanson. Yeah,
Get on me boot.
booty. Yeah. Well, that's fucking great down there, aren't they? Do you know, I went on to a place in Devon, and I think he was either Cornish or travelling from Cornwall, and he was talking proper Cornish.
Yeah,
and it's like Somerset with a slur. Honestly, right, booty, I'll be on. And it's like, it's fucking mental. But if you're one of these, can you Londoner? Hello, good man. Could you tell me where? Well, I'm there, Dracula, right? All down there, far in the tree.
Comments.
Oh, we've got company.
Check the comments.
What? Who? Where?
Check the comments.
Who's in the comments? What?
Henry!
Oh my
I'll give you a guess.
God.
Who can we?
Not a chance, Crinkle.
I'm not high.
Not a
I need
chance.
to debate with you lot about new variant where you get masks, people.
No, what you need to do is fuck
Not
off.
my stream, mate.
No.
Shit. Anyway, Crinkle, how did you find it? I bet he's in my Discord.
Too late to ask now, he's gone.
No, I've already kicked you out ages ago for being
Crinkle, you're
nowhere
dismissed.
near a pain that he is. I won't have him in here. So, no, Henry, you ain't coming up, mate.
Don't have him in the ass.
Don't care if you haven't had your fix yet today. You ain't doing it on here.
And we're not talking about any variant, unless it's a variant of cider.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a lot less work. Take it intravenously. You just sit there and hook it up to your mic stand, and away you go, isn't it?
You've got to enjoy the flavour.
Well, other stuff they put into you makes your mouth taste funny. So, hello.
Dave.
Oh, it's Dave.
Dave has a new pot.
Oh, Dave's been dressed.
It's Gert Big, it is. So he's going to grow Gert Mac. Mind you, he's fucking large now, isn't he, Dave? Right, Dave?
Is it a money plant?
Well, if it
He
is,
likes
ain't
the
me in it. I know that. I don't know what it is, actually. He's just.
Small, round, fat leaves.
Yeah, that's the one.
It looks like
She's not calling you fat, Dave. All right, she's saying your leaves. Oh, yeah, he's
I'm
starting again.
describing his
You've got some new bits coming out the trunk.
Yeah, will do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's breeding and pollinating
And
time.
Doing that.
If you very,
We could have lots of little Davelets on the table.
Dave's everywhere. You know what? Bates wanted to carve him in half. He said, "Oh, you'll keep growing. Well, you can have two Daves." I was like, "You don't touch my Dave."
If you're very lucky, he will have small white flowers.
Oh, racist bastard. Right.
That's it. He'll be out the window.
I've also got other plants. If you're any good at identifying them fuckers, I've got
She ain't
cactus,
bad.
one spike, one Cyril, right? And I'll tell you, I'll let you guess which one's which. But I've got a new plant off my daughter for the birthday. Oh, I don't know what it is. It's even got a label, but I haven't checked. So let's have a look. Hang on a minute.
Hasn't got the little long pointed leaves on it and comes up in little purple flowers if you don't pick it early enough, is it?
I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, little cactus.
Yeah, got 2 of them, but it's the other one, the big one.
One in the middle.
Yeah.
The one that Dave's holding his arm over.
But
That's
can you make Rev big?
Yeah, hang on. Let's see. How do I make it big?
I know how to make it big.
Go on, girl.
Well,
Fire in the blood.
enlighten me.
No, I was being crude.
Right. No, that's me. Okay.
Jesus.
Oh, hello.
There he is.
There
If
it
you
is.
if you grab that plant and put it close up to your
Hang on a fucking
camera,
minute. I'll
I'll
go
be
get him. Wait there.
I'll tell you what it is.
I'll go get him.
Right. So how do I highlight him to make it full screen, Dan?
Like click, hover on him in the bottom where it's got me and you and him.
In like what was the back room?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says remove.
You got a little white square in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Click on that. That should enlarge.
Solo layout. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do.
Ah, there we
Right,
go.
stay there a minute. Rev, stay there a minute.
There you go. Right.
I'd say that was a yucca.
I've actually got what it is actually here.
It's a snake plant.
I'd say yucca.
By the way, his name's Trevor.
It's a
quite-
succulent. I don't know. I've never kissed it, Matt. Oh, pardon me.
Come on then, Simon. What is it?
Oh, hang on. What's going on now? Sun.
A corn plant. A corn plant, which
plant.
is very similar to a snake plant, by the way, just to let you know.
It's a succulent. I think it's a money plant. Yes.
It's a corn. No, it's a corn plant.
Corn.
Corn plant.
There's me, a
yes.
qualified landscape gardener, and I couldn't tell you what half plants are called.
Also known
Is it a trout thing or something?
it's also known as a happy plant.
Well, that one. Dave. No, not Dave. Trev.
A dragon plant, it's known as well.
Fucking schizophrenic. He got loads of names.
Oh, what you want is a Venus flytrap, ain't you? And then say, there you go, vegans. Look, this is a plant eating meat-based food.
Yeah, it's amazing. We've got some quite horticultural type of people here trying to guess what. Dave is a money plant. Big Dave, yeah. He's actually got a YouTube channel, Big Dave Green, and I think he's on Twitter as well, Dave Green. Fucking massive. Fucking
Money plant. Any other lady? Hello, UK lady. Didn't see you pop in there.
Oh,
Anybody
that
else
plant,
in
by the way, it's toxic to cats and dogs.
That's all right. Then. I ain't got any animals.
Just to let you know.
there? My bloody cat won't
Been
go
here
near
for a long
that.
time. Let's not get down that road. That YouTuber that said I shouldn't actually be allowed to date because I'm a right winger. Yeah. And all right wingers should suffer coming from a communist trans person.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, you can't be that bad, Rev. That plant, that little plant you've shown us is native to Africa. So you've given an African a home.
Oh, fuck. No mates.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
My daughter bought me this, and I'm just checking his soil. Do you realise I finger my plants? That's how I check the soil. You just stick it in there, and if it's a touch moist, it's all right. Isn't that right? Yeah, you're shaking.
Yeah, just touch it with your tongue.
I water my plants on a Saturday night in a different way.
Moist is good.
Moist is always best.
Moist.
Always keep it moist.
Isn't that right, Dave? We check. Sometimes we let you dry out a little bit. Gives you your roots strengthened, doesn't it? Yes. And, yeah.
No, the only thing we got growing out there is strawberries that are growing through the remnants of last year's.
So I haven't been able to sort the dead stuff yet.
I've only just turned the lawn back into a lawn from a paddock.
Yeah. How many accounts has Crinkle got? Oh, come on, Roger.
Untold.
We've never had any beef. Let us intellectually debate about Russia in COVID. The variants are so deadly. Me and Paps are friends again. Did you fall out? I would let him skull fuck me. I didn't read that. Also,
I'm going to give you 3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
when you say those plants prefer being underwater, it says water once a week.
Yeah.
Tiffany, you're not trying to kill my plants, are you, love? I love my plants. Do you bottom feed? I've been getting some things in mind. You want me to say it's best to water from the bottom? I'm told that, right? My only problem is this: that pot's so fucking huge that I haven't managed to make it to a garden center and get one big enough to water it from the bottom. So, no, well, he's grown that big just from tipping it in the top. He gets filtered water. I get shit from the tap, which is why I'm a bit,
council juice.
Put a few eggshells around it. Takes the calcium up into it then.
Oh, right. I was going to say, he looks like he'd like a Spanish omelette. No, right there.
If anybody else in the chat, any of the mods spot Crinkle back under another profile, just kick him. I ain't having that idiot in here.
Bully, you're around tonight? I'm going to go on Discord before we go live.
Yeah, well, I should be about.
Yeah, we'll go in there, have a couple of beers and warm up before the chaos. Oh, the good old council pop. Yeah, what do they call it? Corporation pop. Yeah, whatever.
Corporation juice.
If you put water in a, just fucking pour it into a pint glass, leave it by the bed for 2 days, and then try and drink it, it tastes fucking horrible. Why is that? Is that what the chemicals
gone stale?
Their water. Yeah.
Goes warm, and all the shit in it starts festering, doesn't it?
Well, they're on about now there's fluoride and there's stuff going in there again, and there's all sorts they're adding to it.
See, we will become more like the sailors and the people in the 1800s around London where they don't drink the water because it was so dangerous, so they stayed on the piss the whole time.
Yeah.
There's one small problem with that because I tried
alcohol, beer was the main liquid.
Because the production of it cleared any nasties, didn't it?
Yep.
Problem is, if I stay on the alcohol the whole time, I get a headache. I imagine those blokes away at sea got a bit of fucking headache, didn't they?
Well, with their tot of watered down rum as well, yeah.
Well, I'm just debating whether to have a drink tonight instead of tomorrow. So if you're going live tonight,
yes,
I might have a drink.
My precious.
Yeah, get it out of your system now.
You can have a drink with me, can't you, sweet?
Well, tomorrow's a members stream, so we're not going to get any fucking grief tomorrow. So I might as well have a drink tonight.
Another grief. You're going to pile in the mine and fuck that right up in your sweetheart.
Yeah. What could go wrong, eh?
I've actually got a sound box that does that, but I haven't had the bottle to wire it up to this thing yet.
Sure, man.
But I've got the English instructions for it now, so I know how to do it.
So I'm going to get bombed by Crinkle tonight, dare say. Well, actually, I think what I need to do is tonight get what they call it, the other one, Rumble on.
Rumble,
and then we'll pile over to Rumble for the carnage. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I've never been on Rumble.
Had a few.
Yeah, quite a few.
Yeah. Well, ask Rev now, how'd you get on Rumble? Is it like the StreamYard?
What are you going to do? Bang a link into it?
Rumble's a bit like YouTube, I suppose, in a way. You just all you need to do is well, Greg can send a link into Discord to his Rumble. You just go over there, just sign up for an account, and that's it. And you can go and watch.
You can
get
watch
on.
it without having an account as well, right?
Can you get onto the stream though? Like
anybody, right? Anybody watching the stream will only get. This is why I want to eventually change stuff so that if I went through OBS, then what I would do is paste to the actual screen the comments from every platform, so that they can watch them. So that it doesn't matter what platform you're on, you can respond to the other ones. But that takes intelligence and computer literacy, and well, there you go.
Yeah, you'll give it a bash.
That's the plan, isn't it? Yeah, they'll all be upside down. There'll be people reading like, be all right. So, yeah, but Rumble's one of those that Crinkle could go on and porn bomb it; it'd make no odds, right? And other people like that could do whatever the fuck they want because it really is. It's not a platform that I use. Everything from the main channel gets doubled up over there. But the other thing about Crinks is when you tell him that this means nothing to me, this one said porn bomb away. Crinkle won't porn bomb because he's not interested. But he's never porn bombed me anyway. He's,
I've never given him the opportunity in here.
But yeah, I mean, last week it did turn a bit chaos. So I was thinking what I would do is end the streams on the other channels that YouTube provide because they won't like it otherwise, and then carry on there. And it also helps build up that platform.
So is it best if I save my drinking till we move over to Rumble then?
No. It's a fucking gay. Now, however, I don't know if you're going to go flat out straight off because we might have some calls that are coming from like the normal people, and obviously that'll have to be dealt with.
I won't start drinking till the live starts, so it'll take me an hour or two to
get into it, son. To
ramp up.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't planning on getting on it, but you wait. I'll go over there and get fucking smashed right up, and you'll have to hold the stream, and I'll just be sat there.
Well, it kind of works alternate weeks, doesn't it? Anyway,
with this, yeah. He's dribbling again. Oh, bless him. But you can guarantee they'll have rough cider over there.
Don't wear that grey tonight because we'll see the dribble a lot clearer.
I look like do you remember, is it Barry Humphries that used to do Dame Edna Everage and the other one? And there was that note that he did that always had his food and shit down him and his fucking teeth like a row of condemned houses and stuff. I don't look like that. Well, there you go. So yeah, so how many
we've only got 18 on.
I didn't expect hundreds.
No, I didn't expect many on. That's about my average normally anyway when I do one on a Friday. You know, it's not a big channel and I quite like it that way. It's took me 2.5 years or more to get to just over 400 subs. But I always said, as Dan knows, right from the beginning, I didn't want a huge channel. I'm never going to monetize. I don't want to monetize.
You change that quite quickly.
Yeah, I know.
You accept free gifts from subs, though.
But I'm one of these. I like to reply to every comment, and you know
that will change.
Yeah,
that will change.
But no, we always keep it clean in it. Plus, I do my videos as well, so that's something completely different. You know.
So hang on, did you just say we keep it clean here?
Yeah, well,
now you're lying to people, Roger.
Most of the time, crash yours tonight.
What was that, sorry?
Well, I could have gone and crash yours tonight instead of going off on a tangent. That's a thought.
No, you're welcome in here anytime, mate. Anytime you like.
Yeah, the idea of a stream bomb or a stream crash is to get all of my lot over to your lot or wherever and try and garner them subs. We've done it with quite a few and it worked. So.
Yeah, look what happened with one of the others.
Yeah, we've done that a few times and it's fucking worked against us.
Well, they all fucked off.
No, we did.
No, this is why I don't do things like that on my channel, because you get to you start making friends with people, and then you go and you go over there, give them subs and all stuff like that, and then all of a sudden they turn into fucking knobheads, and and it's just like, well, you know what I mean, I've just helped you and now you're mugging me off type of situation.
Oh, one bit, sir.
Yeah, I've run out of content, so I'll make drama.
Something like that, yeah.
Mm. Do I have Iron Maiden, but I prefer book and songs? Yes. Don't get the taste, Rev. Don't get the taste. Don't get the taste. Don't get the taste. I plan to get on the gay fluid tonight as well. What do you call it? No, not like gay. No, but no, it's levels. Baileys. I was going to get the Baileys as well. So, jump between Thatchers and Baileys. What could go wrong, right?
So we're gonna go grab some sausages from the thing across the road, and then go and get yourself a drink.
Rev, will you be doing a stream with all that?
Just reading that.
And Bellends, i.e. Benson, Crinkle, and Glyn. It was fun. Pap ruined that ginger kid last week. Benson just kept mumbling. I'll be doing something. There is no real plan. They call my streams organic, amongst other names, because we don't know how it's going to go, and there is no real plan to it.
Is there ever?
I think we usually all follow the same method.
Press play and see what happens.
Yeah. It's like when you're on a first date, isn't it? Let's see what happens when you press the button before you take it home.
Yes.
But no, I just got a can. Thank you.
So I wouldn't mind getting some news stories. Actually, give some people something to talk about. But when we try on the news stories, all of a sudden the phone goes, and that's it. And one of the problems about having the phone in is that it stops us all talking.
Just forgetting there's somebody there.
Oh, is that cool? Mistakes have been made. Yes.
Oh dear. That's a bit different when Pap has the phone in, because most of the ones that phone in there don't shut up.
Yeah, there is a double-edged sword, isn't it? When they're like, "Oh, yeah, I'll let Rev speak," and oh, are you still there? Sorry.
There are some though that some of the ones we've dealt with that you've got to give the time to, because they need the time.
Yep.
Which is fair enough. We've always said that, haven't we, Dan?
You're talking about a big subject usually, like the police and what they've been up to, and how to get around this and how to get around that. Mine's generally geared up for somebody to ring up and say, and give it the large, or just come on and just take the piss. And then I've got a few people who like a drink and ring up. Yeah, that can be.
Yeah.
Or just show up. Yeah, but some of them are like, they're as pissed as a tramp's mattress. You don't really know. Some of them went, who is this? I'm like, you rang. or what are we talking about? Well, you rang in. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had any of those, but I have seen them on yours before, when people have phoned up and you're like, who's it? And they're like, is that Simon? And you're like, yes. And they're going, I want to speak to Simon. You're like, you are. And they're like, yeah, but I'm phoning to speak to the Rev. And you're like, oh, fucking hell, mate.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? But
I think he rang Dan as well.
Glyn rang in one day, Glyn Simmons, and he went, what are we talking about? Well, I said, you're watching, you should know. What do you do? What do you want to talk about? But yeah. Anyway, there it is.
Yes, I've seen that. She's just put in the chat there about the Mongolian band called The Who, the rock band that do the throat singing, and they are like a rock band.
Not heard them.
Yeah, HU. They're called The Who.
Yeah. I had a Capri had a number plate, HUU355W. Don't know where that popped up from. Green, not lucky for a car. Certainly not lucky on that fucker. Anyway.
Most of my Capris never had number plates on because they used to come to me ready for the banger track.
Yeah, many met their end that way, but to be honest, a lot of them were full of rot anyway, weren't they?
I used to love racing them, mate. I used to wind the back axle up into the bodywork with a couple of ratchet straps to lower the back end, fill the tank up with liquid concrete, rather than draining it and taking it out. And they handled fine then.
Yeah, when you got hit in the ass, you destroyed everything the fucking hit. Like hitting a mobile bollard, isn't it?
But I've got photos of them all over the place upstairs, the Capris I used to race. Do you remember the 301 Savage, the V6?
I knew it did a 3-litre Savage, but I thought the Savage was the Mark III Cortina.
Yeah, this was a Mark 1
right
Capri. It had a 301 Essex V6 in it.
That was
I've got a picture of me with the original Wolf Race mags on it doing the rollover competition.
Fucking heck, banger. You're still alive, really. Mind you, at least you did this thing in the safety of the track. I did all this stupidity out on the road.
Oh, I used to. I got a couple of lovely pictures of me Mark II Cortina with a hot cross flow in it, where it had been on its roof a couple of times coming home from work.
Yeah, the old crossbow lump. Yeah.
Yeah, running twin 45s.
Okay, now 15 quid. It would get you around the block. Yeah. Right. I suppose I should get all the stuff in and go and do me bits of bobs.
All right, mate.
Go live is the question.
Awfully good of you to drop in.
Yeah. Usually I go live at 8, but 7?
Yeah, I can keep an eye out by then.
I don't know. 7
or 8. Keep an eye out. We'll keep an eye out. Let us know in Discord.
Yeah.
I'll chuck a link onto my Discord and let people know as well.
I'll let my people, let your people know that our people are. Yeah.
All
right. No worries.
It's going to go off tonight. Beer.
All right, I'm going to fuck off. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, nice. Cheers for dropping in, mate.
Take care, sorry.
Hello, mate.
Always nice to see him. Right, what have we got in the chat then? Rev got an immaculate Capri down the road. Yeah, Matt, well, it was horrifying. I had a few road going ones years ago, including a brand new, 3-month-old Laser. And I'd often thought about getting another one as a classic status. And then I looked at the price. Even a half decent one of the age of mine, the original B Reg, they were looking at 20-25 grand. I mean, that meant over the years, I've smashed up hundreds of grand's worth of Capris on the banger tracks. Adrian's still in there.
Hello again, Adrian. I thought you'd gone.
I thought he hadn't seen him in there for a while. Got to welcome Sammy Canello. Cicello.
Cancello?
Yeah, it's a name I haven't seen on the channel before, but welcome to you.
Yeah, you have been ignoring the chat for a while.
The thing is, when someone subs, I don't get any notification for half of them because they don't have that public thing on, whatever it is.
UK lady, is she in here?
UK lady was, yes.
Oh, I didn't see her.
Is there a story behind the elephant in the window? Yes, my sister had a real big carved elephant in her passage, I call it the hallway because Dan will only take it the wrong way. In a passageway. And I often said I wanted one. I'd love one. Now, what I didn't know was her husband works in a timber yard, and when they get the timber in from abroad, like Borneo and that, the people over there, the natives, carve these animals, put them in the packages, and then when they get them here, they sell them off and send the money back to the villagers, as it were, like a charity. And they got me that one year. I don't think it's classed as illegal, but it has got genuine ivory tusks, and it is Burmese teak. And from that distance, it doesn't really do it justice with the actual size of the thing, and that is heavy. But,
that's cool, that is.
But when you look in the ends of the tusks, you can actually see the hollows and the veins, which shows that it is genuine ivory. But you should always have them facing a door or a window if you've got them on display.
Well, the last thing you want to see when you walk into a room is an elephant's arsehole.
It's to do with luck.
Yeah, it's something to do with luck. That's what I say on my videos, the elephant in the room, genuinely. But yeah, that's the story behind that, Sammy.
I was just thinking that, Sammy. I'm going to move it now.
Yeah, that's going to be come in the morning. Yeah.
The kids that used to live round there.
Oh, they'd have anything that weren't tied down. If your car hasn't got wheels on out the front, the tatters will have it.
That kid next door and his mates.
Yeah. But
oh, James isn't in there anymore.
No. He was just now.
Oh, he must be typing a long response.
Well, Michael's back up here anyway.
I know.
That's right. It's a couple of my mates and that moved down to Bodmin, down in Cornwall. I'm surprised nobody's popped in today, to be honest. But who else we got in there? There's 21 watching. Make yourselves known in the chat. You know, what's the worst that can happen? We ignore you.
Let's find out where people are from.
Yeah.
So let us know what area or where you are in the country or in the world if you're watching from elsewhere. Just let us know where.
Overground. Brixton, Stuart in Belfast. Yeah, I knew Stuart was Irish. Yeah, we know where Tiff is.
I'm not surprised, Sammy. It's not as bad up here, but it is still bad up here, knowing that people are walking around with blades. And if you've got, it's not so bad during the summer when it's lighter at night, but during the autumn and winter months when it's a lot darker, a lot earlier, and you're walking up the shops or whatever, and somebody walks up behind you, you've always got that in your head, who the fuck's this? Being worried about walking around the streets. It's no good.
Not in the chat.
Southeast, okay, Bishop, Durham, Origin Unknown, South London, James Palmer, Cornwall, Bodmin.
Yeah, that's my mate. That's one of my mates from up here.
Grew up with my kids.
Yeah, I mean Birmingham. There's bad areas and good areas. Like the 11-year-old granddaughter looked out the hallway window one night and saw a delivery cyclist laid on the floor with a blade stuck out the middle of his back, with all the blue lights and that around there. But this area where we are isn't too bad. I think the worst one we had here, it was on mainstream media a while back, where the guy stabbed the pregnant woman.
Are you local?
Afternoon local. Yeah, that's probably the worst one we've had here. We've had the odd stabbing up in the town, but it's very rare. Very rare. It's like every city, the further you come from the centre, the easier life gets, basically. And I hate the cities anyway. I don't go into Birmingham.
scar looks well bad today.
Where?
Does that look like really on my eye here? Does that look like really prominent today?
Look straight at the camera.
It's never that bad.
No, you
Even
see
now,
a little, you
even
see
now,
a little bit of bump. Yeah, we can see that.
it looks really bad today for some reason.
You forgot your makeup.
It's noticeable.
Yeah, don't forget, I go through a 2-hour makeup session before I come on here.
Well, I did have a shave before I came on.
Yeah,
but that does look worse than normal. I don't know why. Never that bad. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing's changed that I know of, but
might have been bitten in the night by something.
fucking wish I was.
Well, that's the problem here, because we got plants just outside the window and there's buckets out there holding a bit of water. So any flying wiggy things are trying to get through the window. Yeah, Tiff said it looks worse than usual. I've never noticed it, to be honest.
No, but that's what I mean. It's never like that.
No.
But I mean, it's not swollen. It doesn't hurt. No, there's absolutely nothing. I've not banged it. Nothing at all. It just looks.
Yeah.
Angry.
Angry, as Mrs. says. Keep an eye on it, Pat.
Range. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah, James, you had that stabbing. Was it in the square there or something after the nightclub down there the other day, wasn't it?
7-person stabbing. Fucking hell.
Yeah,
The death of a close friend.
Yeah. Yeah, but Bodmin's been sort of bad for years, James. It was even had a reputation when I lived down that way.
Stuart's probably
Yeah,
right.
Stuart, I reckon you're right, mate. You're right. Belfast is the quietest in the UK. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with you there. With some of the shit that's been going off on here, over here, I mean, most of it doesn't even make local media, let alone mainstream media now, because it's so common with the stabbings and.
They don't want to advertise how bad it is.
Yeah. I mean, London's falling apart and Khan's doing nothing. But, well, I dare say he's got something to do with what's going on today. He'll be making some money there somehow.
He's been invited, isn't he, the prick?
Hmm?
He's been invited, old Khan.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. But I think the Conservative tack's going to change a bit now after the results.
I'm surprised they haven't decided to hold the coronation in a mosque.
Yeah. Might as well. They got all the other religions on there saying their piece, don't they?
It wasn't big enough and there's no chairs.
No, yeah, you got to take your shoes off before you win. Sorry, I shouldn't say things like that. But yeah, take your shoes off and bring your own blanket. I shouldn't say things like that. That's bang out of order.
No, it shouldn't be not my king. It should be bin the king.
Bin the king. So yeah, exactly, John, and they've succeeded, mate. That's the problem. The government are trying to cause this chaos, and they've actually succeeded because of people that listen to them.
Sammy, I'll be honest, I had family issues myself that I struggled to get dealt with through the family courts. It's not something that I normally cover, but there are some Facebook groups that I'm a member of. In fact, what I'll do, if it helps you, and they are to do with the family courts, I will, as a as a mod. I can post links. So let me grab the couple of links for you, just for the family court pages on Facebook, and I'll drop them in for you. But it's not an area that I cover, mate, to be honest.
Yes, John. He's a big supporter of the WEF and the WHO.
I'm fucking not.
Not you. Oh, buggerlugs.
Jug ears.
And the thing is, he's supposed to stay impartial for the good of the country, but he's obviously not. And he's never said he is. I mean, yeah, it's nice to have a bit of pomp and ceremony, you know, for tradition, but to me, that's just way over the top. You know, where there again, my idea of a wedding is do you? Yes, I have done many a time. Right, your man and wife, get on with it, you know. I like the hook. Yeah. But they've backtracked now, haven't they? They've said that the lurgy is no longer a threat, a global threat. Well, we knew that from the beginning. But
the Crinkle wanted to talk about the new variant.
Yeah. Oh, there is a new variant apparently. I can't remember what it's called now, but there's always going to be. There's always going to be. That's what a virus lives for, is to mutate to keep surviving. But
the term COVID and coronavirus were used years before to describe colds and flus.
Yeah, and
so
this is just another variant.
Is a new variant
of
COVID or a coronavirus.
I mean, they're going on about the bird flu again, but personally, it don't bother me. I don't lay eggs, so I like to get rid of a few, but I don't lay them.
Won't bother you up with your chicken.
Yeah, they brought that up a few years ago, didn't they, James? There was the big hoo-ha about it, but there again, nobody had ever really heard of that until the film with Dustin Hoffman came out. Outbreak, was it Outbreak? No, nobody had really heard or looked into Ebola since before that. Afternoon, Phil. Welcome, buddy. I reckon anybody would make a better monarch than what we've got, but hey, that's only my opinion.
I still say he's too old and should have stepped aside.
Stuart B. They did that around your area, didn't they, Pat? Liverpool, Manchester way, where they told the cops they got to shave their beards and tidy up. And
no, it was Manchester. He said he was going back to the old way of the police looking and portraying themselves, but I've not seen any of it.
Because facial hair makes a difference.
Going on. Can you imagine this? And look at the amount of people that they're trying to get to join from other, shall we say, non-shaving cultures, right?
Yeah.
But they want them all to shave. It's not going to work. They can't. They're not going to be able to do it, because what's going to happen is you're going to get somebody that's going to go, oh, that's against my human rights as a Sikh, for example. And then they're all going to be fucking making a big fuss about it and causing all sorts of shit over it. Had they just stuck to things, stuck to the way things used to be, I don't think there'd be too much of a problem. But 20 years of fucking bollocks has led to what we've got now.
Well, you think about it, the military, you weren't allowed to grow facial hair below the top lip, because that's why they always had the handlebars. The Navy, you could grow a beard, but you had to grow it to a certain length from clean shaven in 30 days. I can't remember what the length was, but if it didn't come up to that standard, you had to shave it off again. I mean, but you used to see the odd Bobby on the beat with a beard years ago, but they were always neatly trimmed. You know, even if they were I mean, look at Jeff Capes, for crying out loud, you know.
Sorry, I just want to say, Sammy, it would appear that it was my old Facebook profile that had all of the family court stuff on it, and I've not been on that for some time. The last time I did try and go on there, it told me that my account had been shut down for violating Facebook terms for some reason. So I've not actually got direct links to those pages. So I'm having a quick look at the moment for it to see if I can find some of the ones that I used to be in, and I'll post them instead. But it might take me a few minutes.
Yes, Stuart, wasn't it bought in because of the old canvas ones or something? The modern ones will seal round it because they're full facial and neck, but the old ones wouldn't. I used to get the same problem just working with a dust mask on, that because I had a beard, it just never sealed properly. So I never used to bother with them. But snipers can grow whatever they want, Matt. They're a law unto themselves in the field, them guys. Same as the SAS and the Special Boat Service. Because quite often in the events they go into, someone that's clean shaven is going to stand out, look at a sore thumb. Same as if they're too big, too tall. There's many reasons they used to turn the SAS down. It wouldn't seal. Yeah, exactly. Same with diving masks. What else we got there? Woke society. Yeah, that's the way it's gone, Sammy. It's gone too woke, and you know, a couple of generations from now, the people that are coming up and learning the wokeness and using it all the time, that's going to be the norm. I mean, the languages started changing when the kids were able to use mobile phones. So they had their own speak on the internet and social media and what have you. And the language has been constantly changing since then. I mean, I have enough problems speaking English as it is. There you go, P. If you want the family Facebook group, there's the links Pat's put in there.
I don't know if they're going to be what you're looking for, but those are two that I remember being in previously. There are a lot of others, but again, without knowing the full circumstances, which, you know, you're not going to tell me, and I'm not going to ask you because it's private, but without knowing the full circumstances, it's difficult to narrow it down. But those two could potentially be a good starting point, and the chances are they will probably lead on to other groups anyway. So if it helps, great. If it doesn't, then I'm sorry that I couldn't be more.
If nothing else, it's a little bit of support from people that going through the same. And if you need pointing in a different direction with your own personal issues, they've normally got a direction to point you in.
I'll tell you something, Sammy, right? I've had issues seeing my kids for the last 20 years, right? I have had some contact with my two youngest boys over that time, but it's been intermittent. We'll chat for a few months and then something will happen. The mother will cause a problem and we'll argue and fall out, or they'll just stop responding to me. Now, my youngest boy, who knows the least about me, when I say least about me, remembers me least of all, is what I meant to say. He actually contacted me not so long ago and actually said to me that his mum filled his head with loads of shit when he was younger. And we are now talking regularly. And it's, you know, it's not looking too bad for now. Although, yeah, I've got two other sons that I'm not in contact with at the moment. But I don't know how old your children are, but there will come a time when they will be curious. Doesn't make it any easier for us having to deal with it, but it will come a time where they will become curious about who you are and they'll want to know more about you. I've had to wait for my kids to be of an age where they can do what the fuck they want. I mean, I told them when they were 14 that they were old enough to contact me and their mum couldn't stop them, but then their mum stopped them, you know, because they're living with her. They didn't want to upset her. You know what I mean? So I've had to wait a long time for this, but you know, it has got to a point now where my youngest, who remembers me the least of all, he has reached out to me and said to me that his mum fed him loads of bullshit when he was younger. So it takes its time, and you know, you do miss all of the important things, which is horrible. But ultimately, the goal is to have that relationship again, isn't it? You know what I mean? And regardless of what we might not have had, you know, I've missed their first girlfriends, I've missed their first school play and all of this kind of stuff that I'll never get back, but you've still got the rest of your life to look forward to with them. Do you know what I mean? So just got to hope that they'll get curious enough to come and find you. And as long as you leave your door open for them, which I have, as long as you leave your door open for them, even if they come and find you and then say, no, not fucking interested and disappear again, you got to leave that door open for them because they'll reconsider it at some point in the future.
Yeah, that's like me. I mean, I haven't seen my two for 40 years. My daughter got in touch briefly about 10 years ago. But in her 30s, she was still living at home. She had to live by her mother's rules. And the 30-year-old couldn't tell her mother that she was contacting me. And I rightfully and respectfully said, well, you shouldn't be doing it if you're living there. And she said no without her permission, or at least telling her. And she never got back to me on it. And that's the only contact I've had with them in 40 years.
Danny, is your mate okay? Yeah, Heather. Obviously, he's got. I mean, I've got the three boys. My eldest boy is with one woman, and my youngest two are brothers, proper brothers. So I don't think they speak to my eldest son. I don't think they speak to the eldest one.
Yes, she had. Sorry, Dan. Yes, she has, Danny. She was going to lay down, and she did say there's every chance that she'd fall asleep, mate. She's had a bit of a stressful one, as you know.
Well, at least if he passes it to the one brother, it's a start.
Yeah, well, that's the one that came looking for me in the first place. The one that, you know, the other brother that I'm not talking to yet. He's come looking for me 2 or 3 times over the years, and we chat for a while, and then all of a sudden he disappears again.
The problem with mine is that they right from the start when we split, they were turned against me. Even my own family turned them against me. So, you know, I realistically had no chance. But I saw my mates that come from broken homes, what it did to them over the years, you know, as I got to know them. And I said I'd never do that to my kids. So I left, and it was hard to do. And I said, well, look, you'll always know where I am. I will leave you. If you want to come and find me, like you said, that absolutely fine. The door's always open.
Yeah.
And that's the only bit I've had.
You've got to leave the door open for them.
Yeah.
Because it's not their fault at the end of the day. It's not the kid's fault.
No.
You know,
the thing was, it was the family and their mother hadn't told them, I don't think, the real reason we split up. Now, it would have been hard for me to explain to them because literally it involved both of them indirectly, because she came off the pill twice without telling me.
Right.
The first one got me trapped into the marriage because I was a gentleman. I got the woman pregnant. We'd split up as a couple beforehand. So I did the right thing by her. And then she did it again so she wouldn't have to go to work. And that was when I said, I've got no trust in you. I can't trust you. And if we ain't got trust, we ain't got a relationship.
Unfortunately, I know a few people like that.
Yeah. And
Well,
it's probably the hardest thing I've ever done was walking away.
As soon as one of them gets old enough to go to school, they're up the duff again.
Yeah, it's. But you know, the rest of the family have never asked my side of the story. They've only ever heard her side, which was, oh, I'm a bad bastard because I was seeing somebody else. Well, I wasn't. That wasn't the reason I left. I was soon afterwards, but
Sammy, being depressed, I don't know your full circumstances, and I don't expect you to spell it out in the chat here, by the way, so I'm not asking you to. But having depression is not an excuse and not a reason to not see children, if that's what it is. I mean, I've had depression. My kid's mum tried using it against me. She told the court that I used to sit in a corner rocking, right? Which I didn't. And there was no proof of it anyway, whereas she was sticking powder up her nose and opening her gash for every fucking Tom, Dick and Harry, which was proved. Do you know what I mean? But the whole thing fucked up my head, but that is not an excuse. I had a breakdown. But again, that's not an excuse to not see your kids, okay? If somebody's violent, being violent or doing things that adults should never do with children is the only two reasons really that anyone shouldn't be allowed to see the children. Other than that, mental health issues, depression, things like that shouldn't even come into it unless there's, which can sometimes happen, there is violent tendencies. But other than that, there shouldn't be any fucking issues, and shouldn't be used, certainly shouldn't be used to stop you from seeing kids.
Yeah, that's been promoted. Well, not promoted, but that's even been talked about on mainstream media, Rex, about the worldwide protest on the 20th. It's to do with job, well, everything basically. They're just they want to bring the world to a standstill for the day.
I didn't hear that, Rex, but I will be watching out for it. Oh, actually, no. I think I saw a video on Facebook. Actually,
yeah, there's one on Facebook, and someone has put it on YouTube as well. But I actually saw it on mainstream. They mentioned it.
That's just unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. That's what drew me attention to it. You know, normally I just have it on there so I can literally live see what bills are going through and shit like that. But when something like that pops up, I'm like, oh, hello, hang on here a minute. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's, what was it they were billing it as? United Workers Protest Rat, something like that. But they reckon it's going to go off all around the world, which could be interesting because there's a lot of countries deal with protests a lot different. You know, there's no tear gas and batons. It's live rounds, and mind you, it looks like what some of the French police are doing at the moment, the way they're giving people a beating. But there is a certain fraction in the French protests that are aiming to do some real damage because they've started to throw the fire bombs at the police and stuff like that. You know, it's gone way beyond a peaceful demonstration now as it started out. How much of all this coronation cost us? Well, to be honest, Sammy, I found out that it's not as much as what a lot of people think, because the Queen did what the buggerlugs will have to do now, is they set up a fund. Yes, agreed, a lot of taxpayers' money does go into it, but by the time a coronation or a funeral comes around, they do pay quite a bit to it out of that fund. So, plus they do put a lot of their own money into it. It's in the royal charters surrounding the monarchy or something like that. But I did read somewhere about it. But that's always been my point. It's a tradition. They say they're a tradition. Well, some of us don't want to pay for that sort of tradition. And it's not as if they can't afford it themselves anyway. Because the one that pissed me off was when they were doing the repairs at Windsor Castle when they had the fire. Now that the taxpayer paid, I think it was 5 million to that, to help do that. Now, any of the rest of us, if we hadn't got insurance or couldn't afford it, could we go to the government after a fire and say, oh, can you rebuild my fucking house on the taxpayer? I doubt it.
Yeah, Sammy, drafted in police from every force. They can't even staff their own force. This is the thing. This is what people need to understand, right? 230,000 coppers, nearly 70 million people.
Yeah.
Right. And when people realise that, then I think the tides will turn slightly on these fucking globalist new world shuffling bastards.
Well, I said this on the big London protests and that during lockdown. I said, you look there, you got maybe 200-300 coppers stood in a line facing 4,000 to 5,000 people. Now, if those people work together and just walk forward, some will take a bit of a beating, but eventually those coppers will be overwhelmed quite quickly.
Of course they will.
And that's the problem. They've split this country up, as we keep saying, into so many little fractions that people won't band together for a common cause. Yet the damage is being done to all the minorities. That's the issue. They're all getting hammered with taxes and the cost of living, but they won't come together to fight against it because they're fighting their own little battles.
Yep.
You know? And the government knew exactly right from the beginning what they were doing. They knew. And they've introduced the little bits as you're going along. And as I said the other week, they put them all together and straight away you got total oppression and no way of fighting back.
Have you heard about the 20,000 the government are giving everybody? There's a catch. You must be microchipped.
I haven't heard about that one. That would bankrupt the country.
I'd rather carry on struggling, to be honest.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, nothing's going to change. I mean, I only eat fucking, I do buy takeaways quite often, as you can tell by my robust, rotund physique.
All hail his immenseness.
Nothing would change. I've most of the last 10 years or so, I've only fucking eaten 3 dinners a week. Do you know what I mean? Because I've not been able to afford to eat more than that. So being not microchipped isn't really gonna make a fucking difference to me. But I wouldn't take fucking money from digital money. Yeah, well there you go. This is a way to
says it always bribery.
Isn't it? Yeah, bribing. Yeah, absolutely. No, they can go fuck themselves. I've got my own digital currency that I've saved up, and I'll just keep hold of that without
China forced it, didn't they? And look at the state of it over there now.
Yeah.
I mean, the mobile phones are bad enough, but when they start inserting shit like that in your body, that's game over, basically.
Well said, John. Well said.
I'd rather eat my own shit. Yeah, exactly, mate. If they put it in my arm forcibly, I'll cut my fucking arm off. Sammy, I don't look into it, mate, to be honest. I'll even start reporting and putting videos out about the other conflict going on. It's just not worth it because we'll never know the truth of it. The only part that we're going to see of it is what they send over here as refugees. But if you look at the reports, I think we agreed to accept so many thousand, and Australia have said they'll take 100. Put it that way. I mean, yes, they are running away from a conflict, but it's a conflict that's created by their own country. It's you've got the government against the army, basically, that have both got armies. And that's all I can gather from it. But that, I mean, in my lifetime, most of it, I can always remember there being some conflict out in the east somewhere. It's just never. That's why I've always said that there's always been a world war going on, because there are fractions around the world at war, and as far as I'm concerned, that's a world war. Not everybody's involved, but
Well, this is what happens in countries where they want to fight for what they believe in.
yeah,
You've got
Yeah.
two factions that believe something totally opposite, and rather than having Sunak and Starmer shouting at one another in a room, they're out there battling
yeah.
with people behind them. And
The warmongers are always the ones sat behind the tables.
oh yeah,
They're not the people out there fighting usually, but when religion and that comes into it, that's when they will get fanatical. John, like you say, getting the prisoners. Well, they're doing that, literally hoping that they're going to take a side or the other.
I can hear the parties going on outside, not directly outside, but I can hear the music in the background. I can just about hear it through what listening to you. I can just like very faint in the background.
Poor Tiff's got it going on outside her bloody window.
There's some fucking numbnuts out there. Dear oh dear.
Yeah, it's like they say, Sammy. Women and children run away from war. Men run towards it.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily run towards it, but I wouldn't run away from it. I couldn't run towards it or away from it. I can't run at all these days.
If you're going to run away from it, you take your wife and your kid with you, don't you? You know.
Oh, you don't fucking leave them. That's for sure.
No matter what the outcome. Yeah, they say they're family people, like, family orientated. Well, that shows absolutely that they're not.
I'm not sure if that's a euphemism, Stuart. There's a party out the back of you too.
I ain't heard nothing round here. Mind you, I've got the window shut because I've got the light on here, and that just attracts the wiggy things.
there might be something on at the football ground later.
Yeah, that's what we normally hear is the football ground, because it's only a small club, but they're over there with bloody drums and trumpets and War Pigs. Yes, Tony, Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne. When the generals gather in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Well, that is appropriate to us as well, isn't it, Dan? Because we're a cult.
References.
But
We're all sorts of. I think we've been called quite a lot of things recently.
I used to call myself an urban hillbilly.
Just to let you know, Roger, my delivery. Well, my delivery's probably going to be here in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
When that gets here, I'm going to have to jump off of here
because you want to play with it.
No, it's food that's being delivered.
No worries.
I've got some tidying up I've got to do. I've just done fuck all week. It's just absolute shithole. And I'd rather get some of that done and then maybe have a bit of a kip for a couple of hours before tonight.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Yeah, you said you got a delivery coming. It's that's why I was glad this one came yesterday. It's given me a chance to go through it, and Heather spent all afternoon setting it up for me, and I'm absolutely amazed the way it's gone today. To be honest, I've had no dramas on it. Nothing's disappeared, or absolutely impressed. Hello, Rob. What are you saying? I'll be listening. So I'm busy playing silly.
He will be later, Rob. From as far as we know, he'll be opening up the stream later on this evening, probably about 7ish.
Yeah, he doesn't do mail order, Sammy. Pay on delivery.
Oh, it's definitely not one of those.
Yeah, but that's the thing from out there. You don't know whether it is a lady, do you?
I wouldn't mind a Ukrainian
Oh,
male
have
or
you seen them adverts on bloody Facebook?
what one? Whatever.
They're all there, Ukrainian ladies with the huge tits, and we need good English men. We'll write to you first. I'm like,
I do have TikTok, Rex. Let me have a quick nose for that now, so otherwise I'll forget. So,
see, I don't go on any of them.
oh God, hang on. Search. Charlie Ward.
Did anybody else notice I spent Coronation wrong in the title?
Is this Charlie Ward, the bald guy, Rex? I'm presuming it is from what you're saying by the looks of some of these videos.
I wouldn't let him anywhere near my package, Sammy.
Oh, yes, it is him. Right, let me just. Oh, hang on.
Right, let's. Where have I got a clip? Right, while you're doing that, Dan, I just want to try something. It's got. Oh no, hang on. What the?
Careful. You know what happened when you start fiddling?
Yeah, this is the issue. No, what I'm trying to do is right. Pause that a minute, because I used to have the issue.
Yes,
sharing screens and that.
Right.
Now I know it's all right with the pictures that I was putting up, so I'm just going to flash up for a couple, not literally, for a couple of seconds, just with a clip to see if it handles that, and then nothing glitches.
Showing your pussy off, okay.
Where do I? Oh yeah, I got to press fucking start, haven't I? There we go. Well, I can't see any issues with that. No, brilliant.
The fact you playing with your pussy on live stream. That's the
I
only
like to play with my pussy.
He doesn't play with mine.
No, it's just some that unless I fire up a private stream, I can't check to see if it works. And this is the perfect opportunity, because if it fucks up somewhere, you can tell me how to fix it. But no, that's brilliant.
Oh, he was trying to do something last night, Dan.
Oh well.
Yes, dear. He was trying to do something last night, and he's going, "This isn't working. Do I do this or do that?" And I went, "I don't know." And he said, "But it's still not working. Do I do that or do I do this?" I went, "I don't know." About 8 times I sat here going, "I don't know. I don't do StreamYard. You need Dan."
Well, I am still learning, you know.
Oh yeah.
But what I've got to remember is that I've got to click on it on the other screen. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Liar, liar, bums on fire. You're not a saint.
See, I'm learning something every day, and this is how I progress at the moment. It's, you know yourself, Dan, with the strokes and that, it hasn't diminished my learning capacity. It just takes me a lot longer to ingrain it, as it were. But more. Afternoon if it's censored. Yeah, spy music. Yeah, I did actually use it as an intro once on a video, but I couldn't get the text right. But
I've never heard that saying before, Sammy.
No, I've got the whiskers for it.
Sammy's obviously too young. It was the introduction music to
The Saint.
The Saint with Roger Moore.
And later years, Ian Ogilvy. See? Yeah, 90s porn tash. But it's easier when I dribble, because rather than it go down my chin, it actually migrates down the sides. Cheryl, good afternoon, sweetheart. That's all right. Not a problem. All the way from Washington State. Are you watching our coronation over there, Cheryl? That's an interesting question. How many Americans are watching it on TV over there? I was chucking a sausage up the
These days, there's probably more watching from over there than there are from British people watching from here, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, mainstream media, the actual BBC said it themselves. They said they could be up to half the population watching. So I surmise that there could be well over half not. And apparently the biggest ones that aren't watching it are the Scots. Apparently there's more turning it off up there than anywhere, and the next place down is London, of all places.
I even turned it on. Never mind turning the fucker off.
Hell no, says Cheryl. Yeah.
Could Cheryl watch it if she wanted to?
Yeah, is it actually being shown over there live, Cheryl? If somebody did want to watch it.
It will.
I would have thought so. Somebody would have been covering it. Yeah, they do, Sammy. Basically, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but America, other than the Native Americans, hasn't got history going back as far as we have. Basically, their history started when Europeans went over there, and look at the conflicts that caused. Even the French got involved. And before that, I suppose you could say, yeah, even in South America, you got the Spaniards that invaded there, haven't you? Bless me, mother is 80 and she's watching it. There will be a lot of older people watching it, Rex, simply because they are the more traditionalists. You know, most of those come from a time different even from me, where, you know, the royal family were a bigger thing back then, as it were.
One thing I don't get is how watching it will make you a part of written history. This is something you said the other day. I don't understand. Being there is different, but watching it on a fucking telly, you know.
Yeah, I can't understand it. It's, you know, yeah, people get fascinated by a thing. I mean, people go and watch motor racing because they like motor racing. You know, some of us used to like going and watching the vintage bikes because they were the tradition from back in the day, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not knocking it. I just don't understand why.
Yeah. Oh,
why
yeah.
that way. You know what I mean?
It doesn't get me going. It doesn't incite me to have a party or anything, you know. Well, there aren't many things to do.
Well, I was going to have a wank, and then I saw a picture of Charlie this morning that put me off.
I'll tell you what, look at a picture of her. It puts you right off for life.
Well, Camilla?
Yeah.
It's difficult, but not impossible.
Well, it depends which angle you're looking from, innit? I mean, some of the page 3 girls look brilliant from an angle years ago, but you look them straight in the face and you'd think, what the fuck? But, yeah, I've never been one for that sort of thing. It doesn't interest
you got to make it. If you want to be part of history, you got to make it yourself.
Create your own history. Because whatever's written about history, don't forget, is always history through one set of eyes. The person writing the book.
Yeah.
And history of a conflict will always be written by the winners.
Yeah.
Some people think, yeah, exactly, Steve. And this is what we were saying all the way through the last couple of years. Those that want to think for themselves will. Those that can't be asked will just follow the narrative, and that's where the problem starts.
You know, Stuart, absolutely. Stuart just said a bit of history was when Diana died. People used to ask where you were when she died. Now,
Yeah.
and he said, I just emerged from a young lady and switched the TV on about 1 a.m. You're not the only one. Now, no, if somebody asks me in 10 years' time, somebody says to me, where was you when the coronation happened? I will not be able to remember, right? I won't be able to say, well, I was on a stream with Roger, because I won't fucking remember. But one thing I will remember is
Oh, there
that
we go. The camera's finally frozen.
at the time of hearing that on the come over the radio, she had her face in a pillow, arse up. Not Diana, obviously, but the girl I was with was face down, arse up, and yeah, get a pounding. And I'll always remember that. It's weird.
But the only one from modern history that I can remember where I was at the time was 9/11.
That I remember. I was at work. I was working for the Freemasons at the time as a chef.
Oi, God bless.
And I went home for my lunch. And as I got home, put the telly on. This is when I used to watch the telly. Put the telly on, and there it was, the fucking smoke billowing out of the towers.
Yeah, well, I was working in the tannery in Bristol. My mate, who was also the caretaker, had a company house right on, sort of backing onto the grounds. And if he's passing, he always used to chat to his missus if she was out there, and he come running in. He said, "You ain't going to believe what's just happened." And of course, we couldn't leave work, so we didn't see any of the footage of it until I got home. But yeah, I'll always remember where I was on that one.
And he just said that he's just been reminded of one woman vigilante as he saw the Royal Guard's horse from behind.
Evening now. Look, I've progressed from afternoon. Afternoon, Simon. What have you been up to today?
Simon, what the fuck? What the fuck? You still haven't fucking mentioned me, you cheeky bastard. I know why you're doing that.
Have you blocked him?
Every time I go on a stream or something and I say hello,
here he comes.
He's always one of the last people I say hello to.
Afternoon, mate.
Oh, mate, no, Dan, I'm doing it. You like the personal touch, don't you? You like hands-on physical stuff. So that's what I'm giving you. You don't want it in a virtual thing. No. How you doing, mate? Hi, Rod. And everyone else on the panel.
I'm trying to sort my fucking cameras out here now.
Afternoon, Simon, from the back of the room.
Yeah. Afternoon. Whoop, in, out. Oh, he's just doing his camera, isn't he?
Oh, that'd do my fucking head in tiff. I've just seen them pictures. That'd do my nuts in if they was right outside my window. I'll be opening the window to them to shut the fuck up. Oh, bye, Rod.
Now he's got his pom-poms out. I don't know if that's a euphemism or something or a metaphor. Come up and panel. Let's look at your pom-poms. Or does he mean pum-pum? So who's got a dirty little secret to share today apart from me? Don't be ashamed.
I'm back in.
Oh, I've got no secrets. All my secrets are out there.
I have to talk about. I did watch a bit of the coronation. I did want to see if any of the disruptions that are supposed to be happening, but fuck all happened. They arrested them all.
Get out! Get out!
I wanted to see what happened. I thought, but the police absolutely arrested anything with "Not My King" on it straight away. All the stop oil. You know, they can do it for the king. Well. But they can't do it for, an ambulance with somebody dying inside to get to the, bit strange that they'd rather give their protest.
Well, they started doing it with the stop oil now, aren't they? They dragged a load straight out the road the other day. Literally the day they got the royal assent for the new bill.
dear.
And I think it was, what was they calling it? Section 12 of something or other. Personally, if they glue themselves to the road, you just rip them up. If they leave the skin behind, that's their fucking hard luck, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
See you, John. Take care, mate. Thanks for dropping by.
Hello,
Support
John.
is always appreciated, buddy. You know that. He always drops a comment on the videos as well, which is nice.
Oh, did you get the pinball machine sorted?
Oh. I'm absolutely quite buzzing because yesterday I got out and I was getting really depressed with it. I changed this transistor thing on it and it still blew it. I thought, oh, fucking hell, what do I do? Do I just buy another board or do I keep it original and persevere on it? Anyway,
Back in a minute.
I looked at this transistor I put in it. It looked identical to the other one. That's why I got to go Specsavers. And it was just a slight, instead of it being I don't want to bore you too much, but instead of being a 30 amp, it was only a 5 amp, so it blew straight away. And it's such a tiny little thing, I couldn't read it very well. So I swapped one over and it's working. And I got it all going. And I'm fucking happy now. I thought, oh no, thank you very much, Mama. And I put a colour display in it. I'll do a video one day and that. What's his name? Who was it? Sammy Consello. I'm not putting my camera on because I haven't done my I haven't done my crack and sack today yet. but
Somebody's just said Benson's in the chat. I haven't seen him, and he shouldn't be in there because he's blocked. I don't see him in there.
No, it's Pap's picture.
Oh, sorry, Sammy. What do you reckon how clean mine is today, then, Simon?
Pardon?
What do you reckon to how clean my stream is today? The picture and that look.
Oh, you've had something installed then?
No, I've got a whole new computer.
That wouldn't make the difference.
It would, it's got 3 times the power of my laptop.
Oh, what kind of laptop were you using? Just briefly, because we don't go down the nerdy stream, as well, everyone will be fucking off.
It was a HP with 24 gig of RAM.
No,
12 gig of RAM, an i5 with 1 terabyte of memory hard drive.
That should be more than adequate. It's just probably
this one has got the standard 8 gig plus 2 what was it? No, 12 gig plus 2 8s or something like that. It's got 24 gig of RAM.
The only thing I can imagine that's made it better is a better graphics card. Is it a standalone PC or is it a laptop?
It's got two graphics cards in it.
Yeah, you got the one on motherboard and then the other card that goes in. That could make the difference.
Yeah, but it's got a lot more processing power apparently.
It's a USB 3.
Yeah, but you only need so
much.
USB
3. It can be added to. And basically, it's a subscriber that built it for me out of bits that he had laying over from building new ones.
Oh, fair. Fucking hell. Can't argue with that, can you?
And
definitely better.
And as an extra little gift, he sent another one that he's done for Heather.
No.
Not quite up to the spec of this one, but more than enough for what she needs.
So you're going to let her come up on panel as well, then?
She can get on panel anytime she wants, mate.
Once I get my wire back for me.
Oh yeah, what? I totally forgot that a lot of these towers you have to hardwire to the internet. So I've got a lead, but that was being used elsewhere, and I've got one long enough to go all the way around the room to get it here. But for now, she uses upstairs one of these. You plug the 2 boxes into the electric, one into your computer, one into your Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So her computer is defunct upstairs at the moment because I've stolen that.
Yeah, what it does, it transmits the internet through the electricity cables. You've got to be on the same circuit, on the same house. Yeah, absolutely brilliant things they are. Really,
Sammy, that was less than £100, mate, and it's reclining and it does have a flip up leg rest as well, but I got pissed off with it because it kept bruising my legs.
What, they're vibrating?
That's the only thing that's missing. Well, this gives you the figures. I done a speed test on my laptop this morning. Which way round is it? What's the bigger one? Is that upload?
That's download.
Right. Download speed was 43 gig or meg, whatever it is.
Take care, Rex.
And the upload was 20. Now on this one I'm using now, it was 134 next to 60. So that's 3 times the speed.
So where's your router located? In the same room?
Right at the other end of the room in the corner on top of the unit.
Okay, because you lose with Wi-Fi, you lose about 30%, unless you're on
Yeah.
a Wi-Fi 6 system that's just recently been out the past year. So you got the 2.4
All right, and
gigahertz,
Rex. Sorry,
5 gigahertz,
Simon.
6.
We'll
Yeah,
catch you later, Rex. Hope to see you on the Rev stream tonight.
he's a good boy, Rex. Good lad.
Yeah, yeah. He's always been active in my channel. You know, as I've said this before, that I've got people in here that do sub to other channels that I don't go on. I'll put it that way. And I've always said the ones that do come in here have always been respectful. They don't drag anything about. So, yeah, I don't have an absolute problem. But Rex was with a sub to me way before anything else started up.
Mate, I find him in the most bizarre places I go to that I think no one else, I feel quite lonely. There's about 20,000, 100,000 subscribers. And then I see him. I don't feel so alone. He's everywhere. He gets everywhere as well.
Yeah, I tend to keep myself to myself on the streams. I run my little ones on here, obviously. And the only 2 I ever go on now is the Rev and Dan's.
Yeah.
I literally, with everything that goes on all the others, I just can't be bothered with it, mate. I stick to what I know.
And it's a bigger world as well. I like watching people that travel, like just get off a bus in the middle of nowhere in the Colombian mountains or something, and they just show their experience of the food and the culture and things like Make My Takeaway, Danny from Make My Takeaway and the Map Master, how they go around reviewing restaurants just off the cuff and that. I like things like that. But you've got only so many hours in a day, haven't you, to catch up with everything.
Well, that's it. The Irish somebody or other just subbed. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I watch. Oh God, what's her name? Itchy Boots. It's a young. I think she's either Finnish or something like that. And literally, she's been touring the world for months and months and months on motorbikes, all solo, and she documents her travels. And I find that fascinating.
Never heard that one. Itchy Boots.
Yeah.
It's good name, though. You don't forget that, do you?
No. And she does, not daily, but every sort of few days, she'll put up a 20-minute video of where she's been, what desert she's been crossing, the borders she's been turned away from. And, well, my mainstay other than this is I watch a lot of the motorsport, obviously.
Yeah.
But I watch the fishing as well. Irish Clover, that's it. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, God.
I just love traveling videos.
I just, look, here we go.
Myself. Going off the beaten track.
Oh, I wish I could get rid of that fucking heart thing in the corner. Thank you, Dan. I got that heart in the way. I've got to wait for the bloody comments to go up above it before I can click into them. That's the first time I've had it come up on my chat. Oh, there we go. Up go the fucking hearts again. That's Holly, that is. She's awake, I know it. But it's annoying and you can't get rid of it. And it's right where... Let's see if I can move it. Will that make any difference? Oh, hang on. Oh, what? Oh, my chat's gone now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, dear. Right. Oh, God, it's gone the other way as well. Right, hang on. Oh, shit, I've lost a lot now.
Well, is it Itchy Boobs or is it Itchy Boots?
Itchy Boots.
Yeah, sorry, Danny's trying to confuse me, I think.
Hang on, I've lost all my fucking streams here. I don't know what's going on.
Go on. Let me just check the main live YouTube. Yeah, still on.
Minimize them.
No,
you haven't been taking tech advice
just
from
went
Danny, have you?
off my screen when I was trying to slide one across. Right, let's get in there. Right, that's got the YouTube stream up. Let's put that to one side. Ah, there we go. I'm back. Fucking hell. I thought I'd cut myself off then.
Oh,
Top chat. No, don't want
Michael
that.
Castrian. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Michael. Welcome back. He's a regular on my streams.
Yeah, I see him around quite a few places as well. He bounces around some good ones.
Yeah.
I think I've seen him on quite a few Irish streams as well.
Well, I think for going over 3 hours now, 24, that's the most I've had it going for a while on quite a few of my streams.
Well, it's an impromptu one, isn't it? It's normally Friday, isn't it? You do them.
Yeah, normally on a Friday afternoon, but I thought, well, with all this going on today, I thought, well, yeah, people are going to want to get away from it, although we're going to talk about it, and we have done. But it's not in your face, and, you know. It's, yeah, I just thought, well, I won't do one on the Friday this week, because I don't do them every Friday. Only now and again. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you for dropping in, sweetheart. It's always wonderful to see you. Oh,
Bye,
here we go. Cat
have
wants to
a lovely day.
You what, Simon?
I said goodbye to Cheryl. Hope she has a lovely day. I think she's 5 hours behind us, or 6 hours.
Yeah. I always forget that. I mean, there's a couple of American streams that I go on every now and again, and I'm chatting away to them thinking, well, oh God, yeah, the time difference, they must be absolutely fucking shattered, like, you know.
Oh, can you just tell me something? Sorry to interrupt. Is my microphone loud? Because I keep turning it down.
No, you sound fine, mate.
That's not too overpowering, because I did turn it down. No. I don't know if the settings save.
We can hardly hear you. It's great.
I was saying nothing.
Yeah.
No, you sound fine, Simon. Absolutely fine, mate.
Washing machine broke down yesterday, and when the washing machine breaks down in our house, fuck me, it's devastation. It's a 14-kilo one, I think it is, and it broke down, and it kept on pausing and stuff like that. And there's this little thing called a MEM sensor. It's on top of the tank, and while they positioned it, is so when it spins or moves around, these like 8 wires out of it go to the main board. They go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it's like if you get a fork and you bend it back and forth enough times, what does it do?
It's going to snap, yeah.
Yeah. So I fixed that really quickly yesterday. So that was it's always these little things in life, isn't it? You think, oh no. But,
if I get a washing machine breakdown, mate, it's throw it all in the bath with a whole tub of Steroidant tablets and let it oxidize and clean itself.
Yeah, Stuart B, you're right. It is normally loud. That's why I keep asking, because I keep turning it down on each stream, and it seems to be the same setting as I put it before, but then it seems to go louder again. God knows.
But, that's the problem I have, the same as Dan. I'll turn everything off and I'll leave all the settings as exactly as I left them. You turn it back on and you've got to go back and reset things. It's good afternoon, Rippy. Glad you could join us, bro.
I'm doing more coffee if you want one.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, go on then.
How you feeling, Dan?
I'm all right. Tired, but I'm all right.
How'd you have your coffee then, Dan?
I'm not surprised when you do posts at 4 o'clock in the morning, stuff like that.
I like it racist and sweet.
I used to drink it similar but without sugar, and I always used to say, and this was back in the day and quite offensive, but like my men, black and strong.
Afternoon, Matrix. Welcome. Thank you.
How'd you get lumbered with Roger then?
I'm like the proverbial dog shit. Once it's on your shoe, mate, I ain't leaving.
Oh.
No, we when we first got together, we just couldn't believe how much we had in common and what have you. And it all
both like
very
strong men.
quickly. Yeah, well,
Both strong men. Is that what you got in common?
there are slight differences, although people won't admit to that nowadays.
or Roger could be like Mountbatten. Lord
Now he's gone quiet. We
Yeah,
couldn't
now
hear you then.
he's gone the other side of his man cave.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking for a couple of spanners and tools. In fact, I've got to balance the washing machine. It's like
So I don't remember letting Norman Collier on the stream.
I was saying, you go back down aisle 64. I was saying, Roger might be like Lord Mountbatten. Do you remember his preferences?
Yeah.
For all those that don't know, Lord Mountbatten, the one that got assassinated by I think it's the IRA, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He had a particular taste for young black boys, and his wife liked black men.
Yeah.
That must be.
Well, he was assassinated not far from where my mum comes from, the Irish side of the family in Sligo. They owned a small castle out there, and
there's loads of charity shops. The Mountbatten one.
Ship. It's best to share, isn't it?
I wonder if they're going to be doing like charity shops. That Prince Andrew charity shop.
Well, that's what I mean. It's the royal family and that have had drama all through, you know. But all of a sudden, it seems to have got worse, and well, couldn't get any worse, could it? Really, because they weren't English to start with. But yeah, it's they're trying to tell us how to run our lives, yet they can't even run their own family and hold it together.
I think it's more prominent now, Rog, because now we've got the media, we've got internet, and so on and so on. I mean, back in the day, like Queen Victoria,
it was mainstream media or nothing, wasn't it?
Was through churches, bells ringing that she'd been coronated,
Yeah.
So now you've got the media, cameras are everywhere, and blah 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 blah. That's why
even the papers didn't print it back then. Half of what went on.
Yeah.
But now, as you say, because of social media, all these stories can get out there and get out to a wider audience. Yeah, it's become more prominent.
I'm just trying to think.
No, me and Heather hit it off right from the word go, and with Dan seen us in public as well, offline, and we're just the same offline. She's still got tits, I got a dick.
And what happened, Dan, was I couldn't find anybody. Been on my own for the best part of 9 years and was quite happy like that. And then I met him and I thought,
fucked it right up, didn't it?
Why the hell not? He's interested. I could do with some company. I can't get rid of him now.
Incoming. But no, we're happy together and we work well together. We bounce off each other well.
This is my boy. Guaranteed he's going to say, Dad, can you give me a lift? Right, listen. Here we are. Hello, Harley. Hello.
Dad?
Yeah?
You can't give me a £3.50 and I'll pay you back when I get my trust I sorted out for you.
Oh, you want money?
Yeah, I'll pay you back for it.
Yeah, I thought it'd be one or two things, either a lift or money.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
What do you want?
Like 3 or 4 quid I get straight in and I'll pay you back eventually.
I'll call you back in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah,
Did
bye.
he say I'll pay you back eventually?
Yeah. Eventually, yeah.
Yeah, they always say it's a loan, but they always say it's a donation afterwards, isn't it?
Oh, I'll give him money, but he spends it on stupid stuff,
Well, it's better to spend it on stupid stuff than drugs, mate.
Yeah. But yeah, no, he's all right. But he's got a taste, since he's turned 18, a couple of weeks ago, well, a month ago, he's got a taste for alcohol. Spirits, especially, with his mates.
That's not good.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but wasn't it last week or the week before? And he was helping you in your man cave doing the bits of the pinball machine, and he said he was going to the pub, but he's not going to drink or something.
Yeah, but they did. They had a bottle of spirits, and they sat at the pub in the garden, and they all shared a bottle of spirits between them. They didn't buy any drinks. Didn't even go and get a glass of Coke and top it up with vodka or whatever. But yeah, no, that probably cost me, Dan. If you help me, it would have cost me one way or another.
Well, that's what parents are at the end of the phone for. And anything I have, mate, I bloody worked for, even from a young
That's
age.
what I'm trying to get him to be like, you know. I remember when I was like 13, my stepfather said, "What do you want for Christmas?" And I said, "I want a petrol contracting Flymo." He said, "What?" And it's a Flymo, a petrol one. Do you remember the contractor ones? You used to have the wheels, you used to tilt them up, the hover ones, Rog. You ever see those?
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted for my Christmas present at 13. And so what I done was, come March, when the grass was growing, I got to his posh estates, you know, where they got real money, and you could see their gardens. They're obviously a professional couple, and they haven't got time to do their garden. And I'd go around and do all their gardens, and within a couple of weeks, I bought myself
well,
my
that
own
was our
trimmer.
family business years ago, was landscaping and garden maintenance.
Before I
That's
know
what
it,
we used to do.
I had loads of people, and then come the summer holidays, I used to pay my mates to come and work. They used to fight over who'd come and work with me because I'd give them £1 a day. Right now, I don't. We're talking back in the early 80s or late 70s, early 80s, and you know, that's when kids were only getting 50p a week. So £1 a day, and I just sit back and watch them.
Well, do you know what I got as a Christmas present a few years back here?
Cool.
A new Hoover.
Really?
Seriously? Yep. And I asked for it. Anything anybody asks me what I want for Christmas or a birthday, if I actually name anything, I always ask for something I need, not something I want.
Yeah.
And I always say to the family, they give me so much through the year here that no, don't bother. They always get me a little something, but I always say don't bother because I get so much through the year from them. But I've always been that way.
I'm going to disappear, I'm afraid, Roger.
No worries, mate. No worries. I mean, we've been going for what, 3.5 hours now. That's quite a long stream for me, actually.
Simon's going to be doing a stream tonight, apparently, about 7 o'clock.
Not this one.
What's he going to do? Put a link in our Discord?
I think he's going to stick a link in Discord. If he only puts it in his, one of us will see it and share it in ours anyway.
Yeah. Well, I'm on his Discord anyway, so I'll keep an eye on it.
In Ram, Simon.
But no worries then, mate. I know you got your delivery coming this afternoon, and that's going to shag you out putting that away.
Hang on.
No worries. Oh, hang on a sec.
And don't forget, everybody, PAP live stream tomorrow night from 8, but it's members only this week.
Members tomorrow. Yeah, members tomorrow.
Yeah, it's first Sunday of the month. What?
Pay up or miss out.
Yeah, pay up or miss out. It doesn't cost too much.
You're in it this week, aren't you, Mrs. W?
Yes, she got gifted one. Afternoon, Steve.
Afternoon, Roger. Afternoon, Dan.
Hi, Steve. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Not so bad. I wasn't going to come up, but when you said you'd pop off, I thought, "Oh, come on," because you're going to be closing down.
Oh, we thought now that bald. He goes, now that bald fucker's going. I'll come up and take his place.
with another half bald one.
Yeah. Hello, Simon as well. Is it Simon? God bless.
At least yours is by fucking choice.
No, not really.
Yeah, it's not much of a choice.
That's all I've got.
Sammy, if you go over to Dan's channel, one of the mods, if you can put the link up to Dan's channel for us, just click on that. It will take you straight there. And just subscribe and click on membership.
button called button called that says join. I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's easy for you to say.
Don't worry, you want to throw a link in there, Dan?
Yeah, starts at $1.99 the membership.
But the rest of the month, all the live Sunday streams are free. They're actually public. So.
Beat your tiff. Yeah, so with that said, Steve, sorry I've got to rush off, but it was your fault for waiting for me to go before you came on.
I'm here.
Roger, enjoy the rest of your stream. Simon, I might see you later on.
Yeah, I'll have a chat with you later.
And everybody in the chat, so long for now. Catch you all later.
Cheers for dropping in, buddy. Always appreciated and welcome.
See you later, head up.
That gorgeous.
Surprised you end up on the camera swinging her tits at him again.
What?
Covered, I might add with that.
What, two little tassels.
Well, that's why I'm growing this. See, she can ride me like a pair of handlebars.
Apart from that, I've got a pussy on me now.
Yeah, she's got an extra pussy on her lap at the moment. Unfortunately, the other camera has decided it doesn't want to play ball. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look, see if it will. Nope.
How's Steve, anyway?
Not so bad, Heather. How are you, mate?
Oh, now that one don't want to play fucking ball.
You're still awfully quiet, mate.
I'll be back in a sec.
I'll have to. What can I do
General
about that? Still
webcam.
Cracking picture, though, Rod.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, you've said it now.
It's all right. They'll be back in. He did it earlier on. How you doing, Steve? All good?
Yeah, very good, mate. Yeah, I saw that earlier on where he popped off, and I was going to joke and say, "Oh no,
There
he's pissed him off now."
Yeah, I got the wide angle one seems to be an issue. It was doing it with the other computer. All of a sudden, it'll just cut off.
Now your picture's gone down. So hold on a minute. So not only I said to you earlier on, I don't think the PC would have made that much of a difference on the screen, but you've got a different camera, haven't you?
No, these are the two cameras I've always had.
Oh,
one is a real cheap one. It was less than a tenner, and it will work flawlessly. Which is the one that you're seeing now. The other one gives a better picture because it's a HD one, Ultra HD. But sometimes it will stay on for an hour. Sometimes it will go off in half an hour. Today it's lasted 3 hours before it had an AC fit. And it does it with no matter what computer it's plugged into. So I can only presume that it is an issue with the camera.
Something overheating, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it does get a little bit warm. But the new computer has cleaned the stream up tremendously to what it was.
So if it gets warmed, it might be a thing called a dry joint where the solder on the board.
Yeah, it comes apart, doesn't it? Because they're like liquid soldered or something. But no, I mean that one. It was about 20 odd quid. You know, it's not an expensive one. But the cheaper one just keeps working and working. But it's just a very narrow angle, like, you know. But the picture is amazing to what it was from the laptop. Look, I can't believe the difference. But you're on on the camera on your laptop, aren't you, Steve?
No, on the smartphone.
Oh, it's on your phone, is it?
Yeah.
So I can't do YouTube on my phone. It won't connect to it for some reason. But so everything I do is always on the laptop.
It's probably even clearer, Steve, because where you're using your front camera, aren't you? And where you put your phone to your ear all the time, sometimes it gets a bit smudged.
Right.
So if you clean it, give it a little wipe, it'll probably be even sharper. It gets a bit foggy looking. This looks all right now.
Oh, so you mean
yeah, sometimes that can be. I get it with these. It's the amount of light it picks up.
I don't think it's a great camera anyway, but no, give it a try.
What phone is it?
It's a Samsung M30s.
Oh, Samsung's good phones.
Yeah, both of mine are Samsung.
iPhone.
Yeah, it's probably just the camera, mate.
I think it is, yeah. It's the
My
front facing one. So
mic's on the bottom of my phone, and I always rest it and put my little finger over The microphone.
Well, what I use is one of them, Steve. Plug straight into the headphone jack at the bottom of the phone.
Yeah.
And it's a microphone.
That's what Murph was talking about, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I've also got the same one with a meter wire, so I can have my phone in my pocket and still talk.
Right.
And I've also got a cordless one, which I can plug into my phone, and it'll work for up to 50 meters away from the phone.
Bloody hell.
So I can that's what I use when I'm fishing in my fishing videos. I have the mic clipped onto my jacket or my leggings, and my phone is on a tripod by the fishing shelter, wide shot of the whole key, as it were, and then I can walk around talking, and it picks it all up. And
are they pricey, Rog?
no, I don't do anything expensively, mate. The radio one came in at about 24 quid on eBay.
Right.
Those little ones you can pick up for 3-4 quid.
That's what Murph was saying. Is there a model number or a name for them or something?
No, you just go look at if it's for your phone, it's a Lavia microphone. They're called
LAVIA, something like that.
Yeah, they're all made by different companies, but the type of phone is a Lavia.
Right.
Because you get Lavia, you get your condenser mic, and then you can get your dynamic mics, which are the more expensive ones.
Yeah.
This one that I use on the channel is a condenser. Right. But those you have to buy the furry muff, the dead cat separate. They just come with a foam ball on them.
Yeah, I'll have to invest.
But if you're just using it at home, you can get a little like a microphone on a desk stand that you plug into it.
Yeah.
But the thing you got to watch is whatever model phone you got. Some they connect through that little mini HDMI or whatever it is at the bottom. Now my phones, because they're older, they work with the headphone jack.
Yeah.
Because I can plug that headset into my phone and use it through my phone as well. And also, I found out, my little magic box that does the voice changing and that and the effects.
Oh, yeah. I remember that morning.
I can plug that into my phone as well.
No, I'd forgotten about that, Roger. But it was like, in these big times, you're thinking, I'll look up something funny, but there's not a lot to laugh at. But that was the one. I'll have to look it up. What day that was? A couple of weeks ago.
Oh, when I forgot I turned it on and left it on when I was doing my video.
It was funny enough already, but because you came on going, the grumpy old in the corner, and then you went, hang on, what's going on here? And then you turned through to the computer for a couple of seconds, and then you came on again. Well, that should be better.
Yeah, that was a genuine mistake, and to get that deep voice off of it, you have to click through the other two to stop it.
You went too far in the other direction, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, it was hilarious, mate. I had a right laugh when I looked it back. Porn games. Who's playing porn games? Rippy.
Sammy's on VR headset.
Who is?
Sammy's got a virtual reality headset.
Oh man, I don't need a headset to live in virtual reality.
I got a VR system. I got it back in 2016, and the proper one, the HTC with the satellites that do the tracking. And wow, I would say they're better than drugs. I mean, I'll tell you, like mushrooms and that. It is an experience. It is, but there is a lot of weird stuff they release. Like they got like a Japanese cartoon porn thing where you go in and there is a lot of porn on it as well if you want it. But
pornographic anime.
Yes, yeah, that's what you call it. Some of it's a bit.
Yeah, I've seen some of the videos.
Yeah, some of it's a bit concerning. Like dressed as school.
Very concerning, mate.
Yeah,
they've all got these massive eyes.
Yes.
The bodies look about sort of, I suppose, pubescent sort of thing.
Well, the one what I found amusing was a few years ago. Though, we went to the gun show at the NEC.
Yeah.
And there was one stand. It was a virtual hunt. No, it was obviously out east somewhere because it was big wild boar. and you got this guy stood in the middle with this bloody set of goggles on, and he's got essentially just a rifle stock in his hand. And no matter where you look around, you know, you see your targets, as you know, in them goggle things. But he just stood there looking forward. And of course, all these boar are coming at him. We can see the big screen. We can see them coming at him from behind. And we're all there going, behind you.
Turn around, turn around.
Absolutely hilarious. But to watch the reactions of people in them goggles, I think Josh has got a set, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, the eldest grandson does it all like that. And I'm like, nah, doesn't interest me.
I put people on a VR that had never a roller coaster that had never been on one, and I secretly filmed them screaming, nearly falling out the chair.
Yeah.
Oh. Some people just take off their head straight away. Go, I feel sick. I don't like it. It's weird.
Apparently, it does trigger a lot of people to motion sickness and also epilepsy for some reason.
The motion sickness would probably be on the cheaper ones that can't keep up with the processing power. And what happens is you get like a little lag, and that gives you the motion sickness, makes you feel sick.
Yeah.
So if you have a good PC and it's on a really high refresh rate and all that malarkey, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Yeah, gaming and that is something I've never been into. I mean, the only one I ever owned was the old Atari thing, I think it was, with the pinball, with the ball going backwards and forwards with the paddles.
Yeah, no, that would be, well, the Binatone was the first one that did that. I've got that. I've got two
Yeah,
of them.
that's the one, Steve.
With the little orange paddles.
Yeah, but I had the posh version because it had the light gun on it, so you could shoot like clays.
That's right. Yeah, I got, like I said, I got two of those. One has never been opened; it's still got a shrink wrap on, and one has been opened, but I don't think it's ever been played. It's like brand new inside.
Yeah, they're worth a bloody fortune now to a collector.
Yeah, I've collected every console that's ever been released. I've even got like Atari Woodies. Do you remember the Atari? It's called the Woody.
Played them,
Got a
mate.
couple of
Never
those.
played them.
Neo Geo. The games when they came out in 1990 were up to 500 quid each for one game in 1990.
Well, so someone said that, oh, you don't play your game anymore, the shooting game. I said, well, what's the point? I said, well, I can go up the woods and do it for fucking real.
or pop down to the cliffs of Dover. That'd be interesting.
Go for a walk along the cliff path.
The original Dad's Army.
But no, I've never been into the electronic games, and Heather plays a few of the what do they call them? It's rude to call them mind games, but the ones that keep your brain active, puzzles.
Yeah,
She does a lot of those on there.
I like adventure games
on her phone, like, you know. But it's never interested me.
Adventure games, Heather.
Indeed.
Yeah, but like they put you in a position and you have to find your way out and pick up the right things.
Yeah.
Yeah, things like find your way out of a room, or the better ones where you're the character and you're picking up things and you've got to work out where to use
Laura Croft, those type of games. Remember Laura Croft? You know, was it Tomb Raider?
Yeah, escape rooms they call it, don't they?
Yeah, first person.
No, I'm not into first player role playing. I did do Lara Croft and things like that, Tomb Raider.
Oh, you're the lucky one.
But I could never get into Doom. Things like that. I don't like shoot 'em ups. It's the puzzles. It's the logic. It's finding the right solution.
Some of the lads that I used to ride the mountain bikes with, they done one of these escape room business where you go in and they built the different rooms and you got to solve the puzzles to get out. And they said, do you want to come? I said, well, yeah, I'm not really interested. And one of them turned around and said, well, no, there's no point, because his idea of escaping from a room is Semtex every fucking wall that comes in front of him, like, you know. So we put that to bed.
Well, you don't get invited back after the first time.
No. Used to happen at a lot of parties I went to. And a few pubs and clubs as well.
So it was you.
I was a bad boy in my youth.
I'm going to pop out for a little while, Rog. One, I need a pee. Second, I need to go and balance this washing machines because it's all out and put it all back. It's all a chaos in the utility
no
room.
worries, Si.
But I'll be if you're still on when I come back in about half an hour, so I'll jump back up on that. So
yeah, appreciate you jumping in, mate, as always.
No doubt I'll see everyone again later on another stream. Good to see you again, Steve.
Oh yes.
Yeah, likewise, man. Take it easy. Yeah.
Thanks for letting me up, Rog.
No worries, mate. You're always welcome. You know that.
You take care. I'll see you soon, guys.
Take care, buddy.
Bye, sorry.
Sammy plays role with his girlfriend. I said, dress up sexy.
Is there anything you can do to turn Steve up? Because he was trying to talk there sometimes. And not getting heard.
You what microphone you using, Steve, on your headset?
It's a funny thing. There isn't a microphone on the headset. The mic is still at the phone. If that must be louder, is it?
Yeah, that's better. You're always quiet anyway, aren't you? You're not a loud person, as it were.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I'm definitely a quiet person, but I don't seem to have volume problems or mic problems on another stream.
Yeah, I think it's you more or less. You come across as being very quiet anyway, as I say.
Probably as well, yeah.
Hello, you've frozen now, so you've moved something. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it don't matter because we don't get into slanging and shouting matches on here, as you know. I won't allow it.
I just can't hear him over here.
We did have one. Crinkle tried to get in the chat, but no, I don't want him in here. So that's 3 that are banned from the channel now.
I do get a lot of drama on these live streams. People,
that
be attracting.
That's why I keep this one small. It's the problem is there's a lot of people out there, as we were saying earlier in the stream, that create channels just for somewhere for the drama to go, shall we say, and they're doing it for ratings, which is the wrong reason. Yeah. You know, I've even seen one pop up. They'll have a right old Barney one night. YouTube will take them down, and they pop up under a different name and start all over again. And we got dragged into one. And to be honest, I just walked away. I just can't be bothered with it, mate.
Yeah.
But you're always going to get it. And it does, unfortunately, happen more the bigger the channel you are.
Yeah.
And that's why I said I always wanted to keep mine small. 500 or so, I'd be happy with. I can still reply to everybody's comments, like I do. I never leave a comment unanswered if I find it. And it's easier to do that and keep control of it than let it get out of control like some do. And that just ruins the reputation of your channel when you can't do nothing with it.
Yeah.
And most of them don't do videos like I do as well. My streams are just like Dan. There's something different from the videos I put out. And it's just somewhere to come and chat, catch up with subscribers, without having to type the words and that.
Yeah.
And I was right open from the day I started the channel. I said I won't monetize. I never asked for anything. Any help I've been given, which has never been financial, has always been volunteered and gratefully accepted because it has helped my channel out one hell of a lot. And I just come on to talk to people direct,
Yeah.
People got questions about me. I've never hidden. I always use my real name. I don't use a fancy name or anything for the channel.
Yeah.
It's yes, Sammy, I probably will be at some point.
Yeah, it's not that hard, Roger, is it? Shouldn't be.
No, I won't say I'm always right, but that's something you got to accept when you're an honest person and upfront,
Yeah,
just be man enough to accept that you've made a mistake at times, which I have done, and I have apologized for it.
Yeah.
Nobody's perfect. We don't get it right first time every time. And I've tried to not build the channel, but progress in the way I put things out.
Yeah.
Like now with this computer, it's got everything I need on it where I can start to put together better videos, better editing, and use more of the features I couldn't on the other one because it just didn't have the guts to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, like the live streams now, I used to get really pissy because I'd look at the YouTube stream and I'm all pixelated and lagging. Then I look at the huge StreamYard stream and the picture's crystal clear.
Yeah, yeah.
But now I'm getting the same more or less on both. Although it's not perfect, it's a hell of a lot better than it was.
Yeah.
But again, on the other side with me, as you know, because we've talked about it before, it's with my problem in the head with the blood clots and the strokes and stuff. I still want to learn, but it's a longer learning process.
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
you seem pretty brainy to me. You know, you must have been brainy as hell before.
It's just a bit slower, mate. Inside my head, it's like a load of YouTube for internet files. Something will trigger a memory, and then I've got to find that memory in the files, as it were. Yeah. But I've always learned by doing things rather than being told or reading about them.
Yeah, yeah.
Like when I first started, I didn't have a fucking clue. And then you got people like Dan and several others. We'll share a stream somewhere. They'll share their screen with me and show me where to click rather than trying to tell me.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's how I learn. Yeah, I'll be the first one to admit it, and Heather kept on with me for ages. Don't be frightened of it, because I was always frightened of clicking on something and everything was going to disappear, what I'd done. And the amount of times I threatened to launch, on at least 3 occasions, launch my laptops out the window because it just wouldn't do what I wanted it to do. She'd walk up behind me, just lean over my shoulder, press a button, and all hunky-dory again. I'm like, how the fuck did you do that?
Knowledge.
But now I will have a go because I know I can go back, undo, and things like that.
Oh, call me.
I mean, I didn't even know you could drag stuff out the recycle bin that you deleted. Yeah. A few weeks ago, I learned to do screenshots for the first time in over 2 years. It's I try and learn, as I say, something every day, something positive, and something that's going to improve what I do on here.
You can't learn memes, all in a day. It has
Yeah,
to be
she said it perfect. I can't do it all in a day.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
they call it a learning curve for a reason, don't they?
Yeah, and as this is not a hobby as such, it is the main thing I do now because I can't do the interests that I used to have. You know, and that's physically, not mentally.
Yeah, yeah.
If I could actually get out and still ride my mountain bike down a mountain, I'd be out there on the bloody thing.
I get the impression you would.
Oh, I would, mate. I mean, it was literally only finances that stopped me racing cars. You know, I've always been an active person, and what's happened over the last year, I've had to change my life. Not my life as such, but the way I go about life. You know, I can't just walk out the door and go and have a laugh. I've got to think about how far it is, how long am I going to be there. You know, that's the sort of things extra on top of your life, as it were.
I didn't realise it was as recently as a year, mate.
Well, it started, I didn't notice it, to be honest. About 10 years ago, I had a blood clot on the brain.
Right.
And I was in hospital for quite some time. And when I came out, Heather kept telling me my attitude had changed, my memory was altering, but I couldn't see it. And it took me a few years of her telling me before I actually saw it and realised, yeah, there isn't something quite right there. But then when I had the first stroke, I didn't notice any change. But the following week, when I had the 3 small ones all together in an afternoon, about 2-3 weeks after that, I did notice that, you know, I've put something down and forgotten where it is, or why have I come into this room? You know, I'll be halfway through a conversation, I'll stop just for a few seconds, and I've totally lost and can't remember where I was in the conversation. Yeah, I remember something that happened to me as a child 40, 50 years ago, clear as day.
Yeah.
It's and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. That's the problem, and Dan's the same, like, you know, and his strokes I think were worse than mine because he suffers with a lot more. I get fatigue, constant fatigue, but he suffers far greatly with it than I do.
Right, yeah. He was saying he's going to have a little nap this afternoon, sort of thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's like me. Like I've sat here for more or less 2 days solid on an hour's sleep on streams and things on the odd occasion, and I'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, I'll come on one of Dan's streams on a Sunday, and by midnight, I'm screwed. I've hit a wall, and I know if I don't go and lay down, I'm going to fall asleep. But when I go to bed and lay down, I can't sleep. And it's like a vicious circle.
It's like your mind's tired, but your body ain't.
Yeah, my brain just doesn't switch off, mate. It just doesn't switch off.
And restless legs.
Oh, yeah, she found out about that. I get restless leg syndrome when I am sleeping as well. My legs are always on the move.
Yeah,
which really pisses the cat off, being as she sleeps by my feet on the bed.
She's not the only one that sleeps, but tries to sleep.
Someone saw that when I was sleeping, and they said it looks like you're trying to walk somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it is, and because of the way you do it and stretch, I always get cramp in my calf muscles, and I mean out of bed, on the floor, on my hands and knees, in tears, cramp.
Yeah.
And the only way I can combat it is me herb.
Yeah, likewise, yeah.
It relaxes me muscles.
Yeah.
And as the missus says, it calms me down.
Yeah, and it reduces blood pressure.
Yeah. And people think it's weird. Now, you smoke weed. I'm like, yeah, okay. Most of the time, I smoke what's called the sweepings because it's cheaper. I don't get actual bud.
Right.
And it's nowhere near as strong as the other stuff. So a single little normal Rizzler, then that's all I need. And I very rarely put a lot in it. It's just when I'm sat all the time and my legs aren't moving, they start to stiffen up.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of those now and again, it doesn't get me stoned or anything like that. It just relaxes enough to relax the muscles.
It's literally medicinal.
Yeah. I mean, I told my doctor about it years ago when I was first getting the cramps before I had the bypass. And yes, that's another medical story I've had in the last 10 years of bypass. He said, how do you manage your pain and that? And I said, well, the only real pain is when I get the cramps in the muscles. I said, I've tried muscle relaxant. I've tried painkillers. I said, but now and again, I find a quick smoke of cannabis relaxes them, and it seems to work. And he said, well, I can't condone it, but if it works for you, you're not doing yourself any harm with it because you smoke cigarettes anyway. Yeah. So he wasn't against it. He just wasn't allowed at the time to dispense it on prescription.
Yeah.
Which many still won't.
Have you heard of what they call the endocannabinoid system?
No, I haven't heard of that one.
It's like they did a study, I think it was in the 70s, of pot smokers to see what's going on physiologically. And this pain regulation system that they'd never encountered before lit up and said, oh, that's what's going on. And there are receptors that they've called cannabinoid receptors. Or cannabinoid. And they're literally always there waiting for you to put some or CBD in it.
Yeah.
And they had to, because they'd never seen the pain regulation system before, they had to call it something new. And they said, well, we'll have to name it after the thing that they call it the endocannabinoid system.
Yeah, I have seen some investigations into it, and there is certainly a hell of a lot more benefits to it than there is against it.
Oh, it's almost you'd never get to the end of the list.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's not just those benefits; it's what can be done with the other parts of it: textiles, rope, clothing.
Oh yeah.
You know. Sammy, I will say, mate, I don't know what went on over there. I don't go on there anymore. I don't go and watch. I just leave it well alone. I just can't be bothered. The only time I get anything about it is if one of them drags it into here, then they're out. But I don't condone that sort of thing in this channel, unfortunately. But that's what I mean. There's a lot of trolls about, and none of us have been near those channels, so they know it's not us, although they'll still try and blame us. But it's nothing to do with us, mate. Sorry, Steve.
No, not at all.
But
I was saying that
the minority on that channel make people believe it's us.
Yeah, well, they can carry on. We know it, and I'm happy with that.
Yeah, exactly.
As I say, if people talk behind me back, there's a reason they're behind me.
yeah.
You know.
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah. And the thing is, social media and like YouTube and that as well is its own worst enemy, because it's given people a platform to be able to do it without being there in person. You know, you can guarantee most of these people that go around trolling and that and causing hassle, if they came to you face to face, it would be a different story.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a bit like road rage.
Yeah, exactly. It's you know, it's something I've never done, and I actually feel sorry for the people that do it, because they can't have much of a life if that's the highlight of their life, honestly. You know, I've led an adventurous life more than a lot of people, and I've been lucky with that. Well, lucky to survive it, but and you know, if some of these had led the life that I have, they'd probably be a totally different person.
Yeah.
You know, throwing insults about, well, when you've been a doorman for 30 years, you've heard just about every insult going, and you just learn to let it go over your head. You know what I mean? But so many people feel offended by so many words nowadays. This is what happens, you know?
It's offence by choice, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But at least with this, if you've got somebody coming in and commenting that you don't get on with, that you don't like, you can say, no, I don't want to be your friend, and I'm not going to let you come on here and disrupt my channel, my conversation with my friends. Goodbye. And everybody has that right.
Yeah, it's personal. Like I say, if you don't like what you're watching, or you don't want to hear what you're watching, then just hit the off button. It's an easy thing to do. It's easier than getting into an argument, isn't it?
I was thinking the same thing, Heather. It's one of the beauties of these live streams that that's a possibility. You can almost have your own little pub, and sort of if people want to come in and enjoy the atmosphere, they're welcome. But any if you're going to disrupt things and ruin it for everyone, then
And
you've got to go.
If you want to keep it that a little bit smaller, you can do what Dan does on the first Sunday of every month. Do a private one where it's just members only, so you know who's going to come in, who's going to be in there. You can also do your private streams on YouTube where you just have the ones you invite into there. You have to physically send them a link to get into it. There's many ways of having private ones, but why should we have to? That's my issue. If people can't be civil to each other.
First step is private rooms on live stream. The next, before you know it, you're a secret society.
Exactly, and that's where the conspiracies come from, and the what do they call it? Is it Chinese speak or something?
Chinese whispers.
Chinese whispers. That's it. I knew it was something Chinese.
7, 3 and 4 pence. We're going to a dance.
You what?
The Chinese, the old one was when the message actually got to the main barracks or whatever. The message was send 3 and 4 pence. We're going to a dance, but it started off as send reinforcements. We're going to advance.
Yeah.
but it had been misheard. And
Yeah.
that's the old joke that I remember.
Yeah.
Not told very well.
Send reinforcements were going to advance, but it turned out to be send 3 and 4 bits were going to a dance.
Yeah. And that's the way it goes. And you'll get the one that'll go between one. So and so said this, so and so said that, which then again gets all twisted around by the third party, the fourth party. And I just can't be doing with it, mate. I really can't. You know, I come on YouTube. I even enjoy doing my videos. I know most of them are doom and gloom about the shit that's going on, but I actually enjoy sitting down and making them.
Yeah.
You know, I write not a script, but I write some notes out, so I got reference points for when I do lose myself. And yeah, it's.
Has Steve recorded and posted anything yet?
Not really. I've got a ropey old thing of me playing guitar, but it's not very well done, but it's there. But I'm thinking I'll have to take my guitar around the corner one of these sunny days and record something proper. But other than that, it's there's nothing really up there on my channel.
Yeah, you've got just a sound recorder on there as well, so you can just put a picture up on the screen and overlay it with the sound.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I did it with the first time I learnt to do a voiceover. I did a quick mountain biking video, and literally all I did was played the video on the screen and recorded what I was seeing on the video. You know, this was such and such a crash, whatever. Yeah. And just overlaid it over it, and yeah, it came out all right.
But if Steve's only got his phone, he's knackered.
Yeah, well, that was on an old Windows 7 laptop. I did it.
Same on a phone, darling.
Oh no.
Do you know what? It's not all that bad, Heather, because the phone that I did record it on is the same phone I got now, and it was like feet away from me.
Well,
okay.
all my early videos where you see me walking down the brook or up the park or even sat indoors were filmed with that and then put onto the computer and then uploaded and manipulated. But they were all done in one hit with the mobile.
Yeah.
And the only reason I only go live from the laptop is because you used to have 500 subs to go live on YouTube from a laptop and 1,000 subs to go live out and about, as it were, away from your base unit, as I understood it. But then they brought the numbers down and I only had about 300 subs at a time. And all of a sudden the thing popped up. If you want to go live, you can go live as long as it's from your laptop, as it were. Oh.
That's a funny rule, isn't it? I wonder why they made that.
Yeah, it's I don't know why they did it, but it was always the thing. You know, you could only go live once you got 1,000 subs, and
perhaps it was their capacity to handle live streams in
Yeah.
the early days.
That sounds like it.
Well, it was actually Holly that told me, Lost Souls. She said in a comment one day, "Do you realise you can go live?" And that was when I looked at it. Oh, that's handy. Because I did my first lives were just YouTube only. So it was just me. I couldn't have a panel on there. But then I learned how to use StreamYard.
Yeah.
And I'm gradually doing more and more on there. Like I'm learning how to post things, share things, manipulate it.
Boot people.
And it's not too difficult. I just sit down and think about it, you know, trial and error, basically.
Yeah,
I mean, I've learned how to use, what is it, Paint Pot? Paint Pot?
Paint Shop.
Paint Shop. Not Paint Shop. Paint. And it's on Windows 10 where I can manipulate a bit further.
Yeah.
You know, you can overlay pictures and stuff like that. I haven't played with it a lot lately, but I'm going to be trialing it pretty soon to try and improve my videos a bit more.
I thought I noticed it once or twice on some of your memes. I thought they looked like you were making the memes up yourself or something.
He is.
I am.
but
yeah, that's another thing I learned to do. You know, how do people get these speech bubbles on a picture and stuff like that. And in there, that's where you can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can get the newer free editor on Windows 10, the Microsoft Clipchamp, which allows you to do 2-track recording, where you can put music in, and also within that is files where you can get royalty free and copyright free clips, pictures, pieces of music.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got that on my editor anyway, where I can put music on it, but it's very limited to what they've got. But you can set it so it starts at the beginning of the video and it keeps going all the way to the end, where it will tail off and finish. So you can put it as long as you want. But yeah, and anything I can learn to improve it. Yes, Phil, it is a very old dog being taught new tricks, mate.
It's quite creative, isn't it?
Phil.
The only thing I won't do is jump through hoops.
That's because you can't.
Yeah, physically I can't.
Begging for treats,
Wait,
though.
you're not talking computer software.
Yeah, just let the box do it for me.
Anybody out there got any questions?
Yeah, anybody got any questions for the new confirmed tech god here?
Elon Musk is on the phone. He wants to know something.
Yeah, Bill Gates is looking for a new virus to install somewhere.
No, we're not talking about new variants either.
No, well, that's it. He designed the computer and then he designed the virus to screw it up. You know what I mean? It's
Evil genius.
Yeah, exactly, mate. They always said behind every genius that there is an evil person. In some of them, it comes to the forefront above their genius. Trojan, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome in. I think this is going to end up doing the longest stream I've ever done by the looks of things. We're chuffed with that. But I did open another thing with StreamYard, so I should have the full 20 hours again.
Okay, let's take it.
Well, we had to transfer. Heather had to set this one up with me Google, me email, StreamYard, YouTube and stuff, and set all the passwords and stuff like that. But I had to get a lot of stuff off my laptop to put on here, which I use for daily for making my videos. And I've still got files that are in the wrong place. I can't find the ones I want. But yeah, it's again, it's a learning curve. It's a new computer and it does things slightly different.
Yeah, like everyone was saying, it's another type of adventure game. It's like, oh, right.
Yeah,
it's a puzzle.
Yeah, it is. And it is a puzzle.
Trying to find your inventory.
Yeah. Make sure it's in the right place. Make sure he can find it afterwards.
I mean, I was making videos. I'd done about 3 videos. And then I went back to edit them. And where the fuck are they? And I looked through every file I got. I couldn't find them. And then went into camera. And it come up on their media. Oh, hello, what's this? So I clicked on that and, oh, there's all my videos. Right, quick, copy them and put them where I know where they are.
Yeah, quick before they disappear again.
Yeah. I mean, I lost a shitload. I got a very cheap 12 terabyte hard drive, external hard drive. And I've always took my videos off of the computer and stored them separately. Do it on a regular basis. And I started with a little 500 gig hard drive. So that soon got filled up. So then Heather said, well, get a better hard drive, a bigger one. So I bought that one. And it's that cheap that somewhere between the transfers, I lost a lot of files. Because what I was doing was cutting and pasting rather than copy and paste, make sure they've gone across, then go back and delete. So I lost about 3 months worth of YouTube videos, which is my video diary, as it were. But then I was given a new 5 terabyte hard drive, but it's a lot better quality. And I've still got shit on the cheap one that I can find if I need to. But most of them now go on the new one.
It's like a
Then
backup,
that's
the other one.
yeah. I didn't really want to start transferring stuff off from this computer until I made sure everything worked all right. So I didn't want the same happening again, like, you know.
Yeah. It's amazing how quickly you pick up the lingo, because you were
Okay.
saying about learning the technology, and then all of a sudden you're saying, I've got a 12 terabyte external hard drive.
Hang on a minute, Steve. Sorry, Tiff. What had Rippy said, darling? I didn't see it.
He said no such thing as a cheap 12 terabyte hard drive. LOL.
Oh, why did she delete that then?
It was an accident.
Oh, sorry about that, Rippy. Tiffs. I wasn't watching the chat. Heather just told me.
But I can't.
So if it was just deleted, Rippy, you should be able to come in again, mate. I was going to say he's a long-standing member of the channel.
Unhidden. It was a. Yeah.
Have I really, Tiff?
Did it get cancelled?
Yeah, we went
Cancel
on till about
culture.
7 o'clock one night.
Yeah. Oh, it does happen, mate. I joined myself out one night on patch.
That's called humility, mate. I've done that once or twice. I think I've
No,
just
I'm
turned
like,
off.
why can't I comment? And then it comes up, timed out by Roger Whittington. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yes.
It's like a Stephen King novel where he thinks someone's writing his own book, and he goes to find out who it was, and it's him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp, Man in the
Yes.
Woods, or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. There
Yeah.
was a book
It
as well.
was.
He wrote it as
Yeah,
a,
it was Johnny.
it was called
Yeah.
Secret Window, Secret Garden in one of his books. But yeah.
Yeah. I remember the film with Johnny Depp. But yeah, they are rippy. I mean, that one I paid less than, what was it? I think it was only about 14 quid for, so I should have known better myself. But being a cheapskate as I am.
I also don't think it was a 12, but never mind.
No, it's 11 point something terabyte.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say, Steve, you say he knows all these fancy words. That's all he does know. He's fancy.
Yeah, I ain't got a clue what they mean.
No, which is why he'll say, I've got a terabyte of RAM when he means hard drive.
Well, you know how men exaggerate about the size of things. And us fishermen are worse, you know.
Yeah.
It was this big. Yeah, I've got a good 8 inches, yeah, but it depends from the angle you're looking at, mate. You know what I mean?
It is a hard drive, you know.
That's the issue, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes, Rippy, that's what I meant. The gig of RAM, not terabyte of RAM.
No, I think it's a 2 I think it's a 3 terabyte. The blue one, I think, is a 3.
It is a terabyte hard drive.
No, when we checked this capacity on it, it was 11.6 terabyte.
Where is it?
See it?
Says on it.
Yeah, I know it does.
Putting the tera into terabytes.
No, it doesn't say it on it. But I remember you checked the capacity of it. But it's just a cheap bit of alloy with some innards in it, and
Waste of bloody money.
just a real cheap, nasty.
But he didn't lose all his videos that he copied and pasted, and it didn't.
Oh
work.
no, you recovered a lot.
I managed to I sat there and downloaded every video he'd posted so that he'd still got them. So yeah, old neighbours are having toast. Smoke alarm's going off. They've got the same smoke alarm as us. So yeah, his tech support works.
Well, I've got 2 Windows 7 laptops upstairs, both which were given to me, and both got well used. And when I was clearing everything out of them to put on the new one with Windows 10, I looked at it and I thought, there must have been 1,000 mountain biking videos on there. But most of them consisted of just riding down a path, because you did all your... And I just used to upload them And most of them can just be. Oh, I left the bastards on there, and I never used to put titles on them, so I can't tell which ones are which woods, which hill.
I thought you were going to say you might go about editing them up.
Well, that's what I'd intended to do. I mean, I can still drag them off of them. That's not an issue. But it's finding the time to go through hundreds and hundreds of videos to find maybe 5 minutes of usable footage.
Yeah.
It's my mate's got a lot of them as well. He because he used to wear a camera. He's got quite a few as well. But yeah, it just seems a mammoth task to me, and I just haven't got the time to do that. Oh, yeah, they're back.
My apologies. Purchase history, but you were wrong on the price.
27 quid.
12 terabytes, 27 quid. 12 months ago.
I was wrong. Yeah.
Over 12 months ago.
I'll never buy another bastard, that's for sure. But no, you know, it's coming along in leaps and bounds. There's other things I do want to be able to do on it, but you know, that's going to come on in the future.
It's a very creative outlet as well.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I get a lot of me pictures and what have you from Facebook and places like that. But now I know how to use the snipping tool and what have you. I look at copyright-free pictures on Google, and I've learned to look now for pictures that are relevant to a story I'm telling, as it were. And it just, I think it makes the video easier to watch. You know, it's, you know, when you look at the way Dan does things with the overlays and the voiceover and the text, I mean, I'm never going to be able to go that far because that would be just too much for me to learn.
But if the channel got big enough, you could hire an assistant, like a tech.
Yeah, oh, well, I've got one.
Sorry, I forgot.
And she knows how to use a computer far better than I do.
I can't afford to pay anybody so that they can do the job instead of me.
I could sell bits of you. I mean, your titanium implants would be good scrap. That's a few quid. Oh, yeah, you got your old ones in the drawer, aren't you? And the screws.
Yeah, you're not having your hip.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the shit we talk about on here.
You're not having my hip, she says.
Yeah.
Get off my hip.
I do have an assortment of metalwork upstairs that has been removed from my body after it was put there to fix me, and they had to take it out to put someone else in to fix me again. Quite a collection, I can assure you.
Now, you don't need to prove it, but it's very unnerving when you look at a woman of her stature and physical ability doing a fucking helicopter impersonation with her leg.
It's surreal, isn't it?
Oh. I mean, my shoulder used to be the same. It used to, when it was first busted up, it used to move in all sorts of weird positions. You know, I'd wake up and think, well, it's never looked like that before. What the fuck's it doing across here? You know?
Your real shoulder or a prosthetic shoulder?
No, I busted it up.
The real
where's
shoulder?
I've got a picture here somewhere. This is going to be fun because these are all the files I've put across that I haven't fucking named. Right, it's not in that one. Could be in that one. There's one of it without the X-ray. Right, that's... Christ, you got to go through a lot of stages. Now that one, that's where the shoulder should be, coming off of there. But my shoulder is actually in there, underneath the collarbone. That looks like an arse there. Look, on half a picture. Look. But the one I was actually looking for, which shows it absolutely perfect, is in one of these files. I've just got to find it.
what
Ah, there we go.
This is what happens when you get it wrong on a mountain bike.
Right.
When you get it wrong, big time. You see that there, that piece there should be attached to the top of here with ligaments, tendons, and all that. But that all exploded, and they'll never grow back. They tried what they call a tightrope, which is a little bit of twine between here to try and hold it up, but that failed. So now my shoulder is like inboard rather than on the side, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Did you get any use out of it?
Yeah, oh yeah. I get full movement. Now and again,
hold himself up on it.
It'll move, and I'll hear a dirty great click. And what it does, it goes up under the collarbone, and then drops out.
Right.
As it were, it just notches off the end of it, and I'll get an almighty great click in it. Right. Obviously, it's down on strength, but I've got more or less full movement. But the biggest danger is because it will move further than it's supposed to. I've just got to be careful that I don't do any more damage with that.
Yeah, exacerbate matters, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had months of physio. They even tried acupuncture, and that just made me feel sick. So I gave up on that one.
Have you seen these? There's a big trend recently. I've been watching a bunch of them because they're strangely addictive. Chiropractic videos where they're cracking people's spines and that. It seems to be quite miraculous what some of them do.
Well, back years ago, you never went to a doctor if you had something wrong with your bones. You went to a bone doctor, who was quite often a workmate, and they used to manipulate the bones totally illegally, working outside any legal practice, and they were called bone setters.
Right.
And you'd quite often find them in the coal mines, especially.
When you're saying workmate, do you mean is like a worker?
Yeah. It was just someone who knew how to manipulate bones, but they could also do a lot of damage if they got it wrong.
Yeah.
But they knew how to reset a dislocated shoulder and things like that.
Yes, Rippy, you're quite correct there, because if I remember rightly, you're an ex-BMX rider, aren't you? I seem to remember him telling me that some time back. Bumblebee, good afternoon, sweetheart. Yeah, it was just it was like when you wanted a teeth pulled, you went to the barber. Yes. But yeah, a lot of things have changed. Yeah, I thought you mentioned it quite some time back, Rippy, that you were ex-BMX.
Wow,
I prefer the bouncy ones.
Bubble BT had good experience with a chiropractor. I was
Yeah.
able to walk, and then do you know what, Bumble BT? I think I had the very same thing, and I was hobbling around, and I was so sure that I'd broken it, and then I got really angry because I thought it ruined everything. Everything's like 1 mile an hour, and the bus was coming, and I realised I was never going to make the bus on time the way I was walking, and it was just the last thing I needed, and I kind of not flipped, but I went fuck it. I started hobbling and running, and I just started running on it. By the time I got to the bus, the ankle was fine. I just ran it off.
Well, the ankle injury is quite common on the mountain bikes, obviously, with the landing from jumps and the impacts and stuff like that. And mine got to the point where I'd just be walking down the street, and all of a sudden it would collapse. It would pop out, and I'd be looking down at the sole of my foot. But I used to just lift the leg up, give it a shake, and you'd feel a pop, and it would just go straight back in.
I had that with my finger. It's just one of, you've always got, your stories are always about 1,000 times better than anything I've ever done. Like, but I had a similar thing. My finger was just, it was off like completely the wrong way around.
Yeah, dislocated a knuckle.
Yeah, and I went down to the hospital thinking, oh, this is because I play guitar, and I'm thinking I almost wouldn't mind sort of well, I don't want to tempt fate, but he said, there's only one way this is going. It was broken, like, but he says, there's only one way this is going back, don't you know?
Yeah, snap.
Wrench it back. And like
It's
saying,
like putting a dislocated shoulder in. It's easier to just talk calmly to a person and just gently manipulate while you're taking their mind off it, rather than go in and say, right, hold this, you're going to feel this. And all of a sudden, it drops back in because they're relaxed.
I noticed the exact same thing on these chiropractic videos they're doing.
Yeah.
Because when they, especially the one with the neck, when they go like that sort of
Yeah.
thing, you know, they just before the main one, because they know everyone feels a little bit scared and they're probably expecting what's going to come with this. They say something like, "Okay, and just close your mouth," and breathing out.
Yeah.
They take their mind off it, and then they do it in between before they have time to realize what's going. They do it on dogs as well, Roger and Heather, and Chat. I've seen it on dogs, and the dogs always their eyes. They go, "What have you done?"
Keep the animal
go,
calm.
"Oh, that's the stuff."
Well, because I got arthritis in my neck as well, across my neck and shoulders, and I believe it's started when I had the shoulder injury. So quite often than not, I'll turn my head like that, and it sounds like someone dragging a spoon across a washboard. It's like grating. So it's doing it now. I can actually hear it in my ear.
Yeah, I've got that as well. So it's a gristly sort of sound.
Yeah, and that's the arthritis I got in there. But none of this has popped up until 10 years ago. And you think in 10 years, I've had 4 strokes. I've had to have a aortic femoral bypass. I've destroyed my shoulder. I've had a blood clot on the brain. I've now got the blood disorder, all within 10 years.
I did warn him I was a jinx.
Yeah.
So it's your fault.
Well, plus on top of that, I finally realised, I am getting a bit in years. You know, that didn't help.
I was thinking that as well. I don't know how old you are, Roger, but I know you're over 40.
I'm 62.
Right. I'm 49, just about. Right.
We're both within a few weeks of each other. 6 weeks. Mine's 13th of March. Hers is St. George's Day.
Maybe it was the star signs that brought you together.
No.
Oh no, because you're on Pisces, and what are you?
Taurus.
And she's Taurus. The bull fits perfectly.
I will throw something.
Welcome back, Mark.
I'm a Taurus as well, Heather. My sister's a Pisces. Not that
so
I really
you know what
believe
it's
in
like living with one then.
Well,
very
yeah, it wasn't easy, I'll
unpredictable
put
as
it that way.
Pisces.
Jesus Christ, difficult. Mind you, Taurus are known to be stubborn. Not that I'm particularly into it.
Well, that's the thing. We're both, in our own way, very stubborn over things, certain things.
Especially about who's right.
They never seem to
that's
get
the
it,
main obstacle.
They never seem to get it that you're right.
No.
Why don't
Oh,
they
you're
understand?
never right. You are never right. I knew there was something wrong about what he was saying about that external hard drive, because either the price or the size wasn't right. I knew that something was wrong. I knew something was wrong, but
Bloody
unless I put it in front of him in black and white, he would never have accepted that he got the price wrong or he got the size wrong.
Fisher. Yes, Mark.
I'm becoming an expert at proving I am right.
I just accept the majority of the decision, and that's hers. She is unanimous in it, and that's it.
It looks by the chat. Is everyone here either a Taurus or a Pisces? That would be weird. Bumblebee's a Taurus. Mark Thompson's a
It'd be
Pisces.
worrying. But weird.
But wouldn't it be strangely logical if, like we were saying earlier, if you can choose your own company on these live streams, that the Taurians and Pisces might... I mean, there's Bumblebee, T, and Mark Thompson, and there's 3 of us, all Pisces and Taurus.
Taurus. Don't accuse me of being a Tory.
Yeah, I think that's it, now, Steve. I think that's it. The others in the aren't. They're the quiet ones, like the Capricorns and the Sagittarius. And
Have I got it the wrong way round? Are you the Taurus or are you the Piscean, Heather?
She's Taurus.
I'm the bull.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I'm them bad pornographic fish.
Born in the Chinese year of the bull.
Yes, Mark Thompson. You know it. Don't argue with a Taurus. It's like, even though you spelt the Taurus as in Taurus field, but people
Tiff Scorpio for the win. What's Gemini? I mean, I've never written anything into the predictions from that anyway.
No, but people are surprisingly similar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Birthday.
But if you're born at a certain time of year, your first experience of life is going to be different to someone born a different time of the year, as it were.
You mean if you're born at Christmas, it's cold?
Yeah, and you get presents.
I mean, you only get one lot of presents. You only get one lot of presents if you're born at Christmas.
Happy birthday for yesterday, Rippy, mate.
I always said if I had a child born around Christmas, I would give them a second official birthday in the summer so that they could have the party with the mates. Because I got one, mine were born August and February. So it was useless for having the mates round for a party.
Yeah. Well, I don't really celebrate mine now anyway, so. Who else were? Bishop Matt, did you drop out and come back in? Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, Bishop Matt had me worried then for a minute.
Laid back cancer.
Mentioned the C word. I'm like, what?
Yeah. The crab.
Capricorn. Laid back
No, Cancer. Cancer.
Capricorn 1.
Laid back Cancer.
That was the one that started off a lot of the moon conspiracies, wasn't it? Capricorn 1.
Laid back Cancer.
Ed Elliot Gould. Who else we got in the chat? We've still got 13 in here. Well, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to keep it going till we hit the 5-hour mark, which will be in about half an hour, 25 minutes.
23 minutes.
Yeah. I don't like to keep going too long. One, because I'm on the free stream, and that will still give me enough time on there to put out another 3 streams through the month if I want. So
I never knew there was a limit.
Yeah, 20 hours. On the free one, you can see the watermark up in the corner. You can't remove that. You're only allowed 6 people on the panel, including myself, so I can have another 5 people up, and you're restricted to 20 hours a month. Now, I've never found anywhere, and I don't know how, to see how many hours I get left. But it seems to be that I have to log in each time that I need another lot of 20 hours for the next session. So I don't think it goes on a calendar month. I think it goes on like a 4-weekly basis. So I always work out, right, if at some point I want to do a stream every week, with the 20 hours, that will give me up to 5 hours of the stream. So if I did one every week, I would totally use up my 20 hours. And being as this one's the first one of the month, basically, if I keep it to around 5 hours, then I know I've still got plenty in reserve. I mean, I can open another account and get another 20 hours, but...
Plus, he's going to want something to eat before he goes on the revs later.
Yeah, I do want to have a bit of a lay back and chill before revs, whatever it's going to end up as tonight.
3 o'clock in the morning.
And besides which, I've just put about 2 litres in a litre bladder and it's not feeling too good.
Right.
Origin, good afternoon. When your 20 hours are up, delete your account and sign up again. Same email and you'll get another 20 hours. Yeah, they send you the code through, don't they? You get a 6-digit code that you got to click in. Because I've got a fresh 20 because I've opened another account, obviously, because I'm on a different new computer now. But yeah, I've never used it up. I've never had a stream being cut because I've run out. And if I ever did run out and I wanted to do one, I can always do direct through YouTube, which is unlimited time. But you can't have a panel. It would just be me talking, which is boring enough with me anyway. But, but there's lots of ways around it. Other people know better ways. You know, I find a way of doing things. And once I've got used to it, it might be a bit long-winded at times, but I find it easier to follow that route because I can still do it quicker.
Yeah. They call
Like
it,
we got me emails reversed when we loaded them on here. When I click on the channel email, I was getting my personal one up and vice versa.
Don't want that.
So I just went back. Heather showed me how to rename one of them and it's all hunky-dory now. But my biggest problem is logging in and out on my own because I know you shouldn't write your passwords down, but mine consists of 2 moth-eaten post-it notes with all my passwords.
Don't show them up to the camera. Don't show them up to the camera, please.
But
these are my passwords.
Most of those have been changed again. I've got a load on my notepad because we changed them all when we put it on this computer. It wouldn't let us sign in otherwise. But these are the issues I have with tech. I just don't know enough about it, if I'm honest.
They're really tech issues. I think they put the issues on you because beforehand there were never such things to think about. Didn't you tinker with motors and stuff like that? And there weren't such problems. Things were there when they were there, and when they weren't there, they weren't there.
Yeah, and I always had the biggest common thing is where the fuck's my 10mm socket, because that's the most lost one. Yes, Bumblebee, we'll see you later. He could any time between 7 and 8. It will be posted in Pap's Discord. Pap, once Si's posted it, Pap will post it in his Discord with the link.
See you later, Bumblebee.
Because we never know which channel the Rev's going to open up on. It could be one of 3 YouTube channels. He's got channels on God knows how many other servers. Well, I've got 2 on here. I've got my backup channel, Roger's Rants. I mean, that's got, I think it's 40 subscribers. I've also got a BitChute channel, which, to be honest, I don't know if it's still there because I haven't posted anything on it for over a year. And I'm on Dan's Discord and I'm on Rev's Discord, and that's it. That's the only places I've or Facebook. I have got a Facebook page. Again, if anybody wants to go and look at that, it's just under my name. Just drop the UK. It's obvious of me because it's the picture is of me throwing myself off a jump and overcooking it by quite a distance. But again, there's a different. Yeah, there's a lot of my subscribers in there and Dan's that come into the Facebook with us. But I've also got a lot of my old biker mates that I've caught up with in there. So I chat with them and, you know, follow their posts, as it were, which is nice because it's totally different from YouTube. You know what I mean? It's my dad. What have you put there? Oh, Cow's Heart.
Yeah, me and Mark are chatting. Awful.
Oh.
Mum used to do Pig's Heart. She always had kidney with a fry up.
Would you want to sit here for a minute and I can go and have a piss then?
Go on,
I'll be back in a minute.
Go on then.
Go shake hands with the unemployed, Roger.
Makes a change to be offered the seat. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was sorry. I'm going to continue this with Mark because he brought up liver and onions. I was brought up. I was brought up with offal, every offal, and I thought kidney was expensive because me, my dad, my brother would have bacon, but Mum would have kidney. So it had to be more expensive than bacon to me, logically. Otherwise, we'd have all had it. But she didn't know we liked it. So I said I didn't like bacon so that I would get some kidney, not realising what I was doing myself out of. Because for years I wasn't allowed to have any bacon. I had to swap it for a sausage and give it to my brother. But yeah, we had pig's heart, stuffed pig's heart, staged in onion stuffing, in the oven. My mate, as I put in the comment, used to do half a cow's heart for a Sunday roast, and it was absolutely beautiful. And I do not understand people that pull a face when it comes to eating offal, because it is beautiful and tender and lean and good for you and full of vitamins. What's your feeling on offal? Is it awful or good?
Yeah. It's awfully nice of you to ask me.
Awfully nice. Same with haggis. I love haggis.
I love haggis too, but the thing that I think is it's like I know what you're talking about is because I'm kind of I've got it in my head where I wish I was like you. I wish I could eat these things, and I do. I had some liver last year. They stopped stocking it in the shop after it got popular. Funny thing, but I can't take the fat and stuff like that. You know, gristly bits. I do it, and I think, come on, you know, it's almost like we're the first generation not to do it.
Yes.
So it's like I think I revert myself. I'll just get it down. You get it down. But it's very difficult not to bulk, and so it's probably it might be stating the obvious, but was it because my generation were brought up on things like crispy pancakes and fish fingers?
Yes.
And hamburgers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely certain it's how we're fed as children. Conditioning, yes, definitely. 100% conditioning. And yes, how old are you, Steve? About 40.
He's behind you.
I know he is.
No, I'm about 49.
Okay. It's all right, my kids are in their 40s, so that's why I'll put you there. But
here I'll stay.
But it was all about convenience food, and because it was what was out there on the adverts in between your kids' programs, was the crispy pancakes and things like that. It's what every kid wanted: fish fingers, crispy pancakes. These days, it's chicken nuggets.
Do you remember the Rolling Stones song "Mother's Little Helper"?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a line in it that says, cooking fresh food for the family's just a bore. So she finds a frozen steak and she buys an instant steak and goes running for the shelter.
Yeah.
So it was 60. It was around in the 60s as well.
Oh, I'm not saying it wasn't, but when you are, I thought we were better off than we were when I was a child. I had no idea, because I realise now my mum must have been on a budget by what we ate compared to what was out there. We didn't have steak. We had liver and onions. Would
you also say that liver is actually a healthier thing than steak?
Yes.
Liver's about the healthiest thing you can ever eat.
Yes, full of iron.
Full of everything.
Full of iron. And vitamins.
Copper, which is very difficult to get, apparently. And I know nothing about nutrition, only except when I read about it, it says there is no healthier food on the planet, basically, pound for pound, than beef liver. It will be everything and a few things you can't hardly get anywhere else, like copper.
I prefer, and I'm going to do this and then I'm going to move because he wants to sit down. I find beef liver can be a bit hit and miss and a bit grainy. But pig's liver is finer, and then lamb's liver is finer again. But as it gets finer, it gets more expensive. So I usually would go for pig's liver because it's it's not too expensive, and it tends to be what's in the shops.
And you're just using up what's left from bacon.
But at the end of the day, I won't do pig's trotters and things like that. I draw the line. Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's only because I thought it's like you were saying. We grew up on all the offals and that, but then are you having the same reaction that I would have to something that like pig knuckles? You won't have knuckles. Trotters,
No.
you said. Sorry.
No, I don't like fat. I don't like belly pork. It's too fatty. I can't. Which one was it? Was it Jack Spratt or his wife that could eat no fat?
His wife could eat no lean, so between the fuckers they
You
starved.
like Jack Spratt then?
Yeah. I do not like fat. I love lamb, but it's got to be cooked properly. It's got to be rendered. Same with duck. If there's too much fat in a dish, I can't eat it.
Yeah,
And I definitely can't eat it if it's cold and fatty. And with that, I'm going to move back to typing and shouting, or he'll tell me off. Lovely chatting, Steve, and everybody else in the chat.
Likewise. Nice to have some civil conversation for a change.
Yeah.
No,
Get it now.
This is what I like about my little lives in here. I mean, and I absolutely love the fact that Heather's become as much a part of the channel as I am myself, you know, because most things we do together, because we are limited to what we can do together, you know, physically and what have you. And it's nice that it's another thing that we both enjoy doing.
Man, you're going to set me off in a minute. You're talking to a lonely old guy here. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's a beautiful thing.
Dan gets the same, mate. Dan gets the same. But it's like I said, it's took us 40 years of our life to find each other through a lot of bad times. We won. Hello, sweetheart. Yeah, it's a long time coming. We've both been hurt. We've both been through bad relationships. Neither of us were looking for anything when we met. You know, we just got introduced and we hit it off, and it went from there.
I couldn't get rid of you.
No.
Where is Steve? Where is Steve? Which part of the country is Steve?
Whereabouts are you, Steve? You did say earlier.
From existence there. Where is Steve? Dear, where am I? Ooh.
Yeah, where are you located?
Harrogate in Yorkshire.
Harrogate. Because we're up north in July.
But nowhere near Harrogate.
No, near Harrogate. We go to Cumbria, Silloth, just outside Silloth. But literally, again, we go there because I introduced her to sea fishing, which I always used to enjoy, and she enjoys it as well. I mean, a couple of years ago, her Christmas present was a new rod and reel.
Nice.
And we only go once a year.
And I bought him a vacuum.
Yeah, and she bought me a vacuum cleaner. Says it all, doesn't it?
Something to do with Pisces and fishing?
Yeah, it's... Well, I used to actually fish for Cornwall. I used to fish for the county. And I've always done a lot of the bigger competitions. And I used to really enjoy it. But once I'd moved inland, as it were, it's a lot of travelling. I mean, Newquay, I could walk from my flat to the beach and fish, or the rocks. But I took it up again after years. We just bought some cheap tackle. And I just said, well, let's give it a go, see if I still enjoy it, and see, more importantly, see if she enjoys it. And she just
something to do.
took to it.
It was so that we got something to do while we were away on holiday.
Yeah.
I was showing him where I used to holiday as a child because it's where my nan lived and where my dad grew up. And I'd gone to show him all the sights up there, and we spent the week going up and down the coast road. That's all we did. And fishing. And we do it every year now.
I mean, I will quite happily sit. It's a pebble beach and it goes out quite a way. It's all sand, obviously, the estuary, what's it called? Solway Firth. And I'll quite happily sit there for 12 hours, watch the tide go out and come back in. Okay, yeah, I'll take a few smokes down with me, but yeah.
All the same, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the evenings to get out, what we used to do when she had the CC, the drop top, we had a nice little lay-by that never had anybody in it. You had a clear open sky in front of you, hardly any light pollution. And we used to just drop the top back, lay back, and just watch the sky. You know.
Beautiful.
We tried to do it down in Wales. We actually found one of these official dark zones where it's perfect for, no light pollution and shit like that. Guess what? They locked the car park at 8 o'clock in the evening. Apparently it turned into a hot dogging spot or something because of the woods behind it. But yeah, let's get people in to watch the night sky, but not let them in. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, don't want to get in the way of. Was a footballer? What was it? I can't remember now.
I mean,
we to a windscreen or something.
I mean, I was spoilt. I mean, when we were out on the boats, you can imagine the night sky, no light pollution, turn your deck lights off. Absolute brilliant. I used to just lay on the engine house and just watch it for an hour while we were soaking the pots or the nets. But where we are now, I mean, I've got houses just over the back here. We got the railway embankment. We got ours. So I've got the back garden. But I actually saw on, not last year, the year before's Lyrid meteor shower, the biggest, longest burning one I've ever seen, even when we were out on the boats. It literally, I watched it come up from the houses over the back, which are about 150, 200 yards away. And I watched it track all the way across the sky until it disappeared over our roof. We were in, it was down in Wales. We were sat down by the beach at night, sat in the car, and it was cloudy, but then it just cleared for a few minutes. And I actually stepped out and looked up, and Heather jumped out the car, went to set it. It's the first time she'd seen the actual colours and of our universe, as it were, as it goes across the sky, the Milky Way. So you could actually physically see the thicker band of stars and planets and the darker either side.
Way in Birmingham.
And she's never seen that before.
No,
I've never seen a shooting star.
Wow.
She'd never seen a shooting star until I showed her. We went and stood out there one night.
You romantic buggers. This is the voice of bitterness over here.
Steve, there's somebody out there for everybody.
Oh,
it's just being in the
that's
right
what you lot are always like. No,
well,
I know
the way I put it is, you've got to find somebody that's willing to give you back what you give out. And most of our relationships, we talk about old ones and what we've been through, and we've looked at it, and basically we were the ones giving, and we weren't getting anything back out of them, basically. And this is where we are today. You know, we still fall asleep holding hands. Or she'll carry me back from the pub when I used to drink. I've had the indignity of being carried through Newquay back to the hotel under her arm.
Good job one of us could hold our drink.
And I couldn't remember a bloody thing about it.
And I'd had exactly the same amount to drink as he had. Because his mates were buying us pint for pint and Jack for Jack. So he can't say he had more than me. He'd be lying.
Jesus, kick a man when he's down, why don't you, Heather?
But I laugh at it, you know. I honestly, that it's one of them experiences where I can look back and laugh at. Because from her side of things and everybody else watching, it was probably fucking hilarious, you know. Oh, there's Rog. Yeah, he was a big man round tin. He'd take a pint or two, being carried home by his missus, you know what I mean?
It's classic, really. It's a different story.
But yeah, I mean, I just quit drinking about 10 years ago. You know, it holds nothing for me now.
Now he's discovered he was a lightweight.
Yeah, I'm fed up of embarrassing myself.
I think I know why you gave up drinking there, Roger.
Well, down in Newquay, I don't know whether you've ever been there. Some of the guys in the chat might have. They got a little walk around the outside of the town along the cliff called the tram lines. Now, what it used to be, it's where they used to wheel the China cart train carriages down and winch them down to the harbour to load the boats. But they turned it into a walkway many years ago. A couple of viewing points along there. But the whole sides of it basically is a steep bank with bushes, hedgerow, you know, flowers and stuff like that. Well, I fell in there one night walking back from the pub. But nobody missed me.
Going so well.
And nobody saw me because I was wearing my camouflage trousers and my camouflage jacket. So in the dark, I've fallen in these fucking bushes. There's people walking past me and they just ain't seeing it. Like, you know? So eventually somebody found me and got me home. And then it took 3 hours the following day going along there, ringing my mobile phone to see where I'd left it in the bushes, listening for it to ring. We did find it.
It wouldn't be surprising if you had you can get different sort of casings for your phone. You could have had a camouflage phone as well.
Yeah.
Camouflage and dropped it. Oh, fuck.
But that was just some of the antics I got up to. I mean, the only time that I've really been monitored was the night my father died. And a very, very good mate of mine knew I was going to go out drinking. I was a drinker then. And he followed me around all evening in the background. I didn't even know he was there. And as soon as I got wankered enough, he took me home. Made sure I didn't get in any trouble. If I did get argumentative because we were doing ourselves, he went and explained the situation and he'd gently nudge me on to the next pub. You know, that's the sort of mates that I've had, and I still have got them as mates. Yeah, we're quite a few miles apart, but we still keep in touch. And we had a little band down there. There was 3 of us. They used to call us the 3 Amigos. We were all 3 of us were the same with each other. You know, you could trust them to have your back. You knew if you needed help, they'd jump in front of you. You know, it's yeah, and you don't see a lot of that nowadays, to be honest.
Do you know them from the forces?
None of us had been in forces. One had done a voluntary truck driving in Kosovo when it all went off over there. My family, there's 2 military ones in there anyway. My father was a vet. My sister's a retired CO. But I couldn't get in. I failed the medical. Most of my mates went in the engineers, but I couldn't get in.
Oh man!
And they're
Sounds like
funny
a really good
enough.
time, anyway.
Most of those that were in the engineers that got in are members of the bike club I used to ride with, and they're the ones I keep in touch with on Facebook. I can't ride anymore, and to be honest, I probably wouldn't even be able to sit on pillion comfortable for more than 5 minutes. But I still keep in touch with them. They were a big part of my life. They were a family, a great bunch of guys. And again, they would put themselves on the line for any of the lads, and we have done on the odd occasion. But I used to keep a lot of friends at a distance for some reason. It used to take me a long time to build trust up in people. I'm fine now, but what was that? Someone saying to me? The 14, yeah, that's the one on top of the cliff down East Street. Is it East Street? I used to live about 30 yards up the road next to the pizza house in a flat. That's Sammy said that. Yeah, the little Italian pizza house on the corner there by the supermarket opposite the fort. That's where I lived.
You see, when we once said, I remember I thought when dogging was folks walking their dogs. Oh yeah, I got that one wrong.
Yeah. Well, it depends what you want to do with your dog. There are some very strange people out there at the moment. But yeah, dogging, that was never a thing when I was young. The nearest you got to that was the two virgins up the woods for the first time to make a mess of it. Or behind the sports hall at school break, I remember on one occasion, but that's another story for the future.
In private, anyway, in private.
Yeah. That's in the video diary labelled private.
But as well as that, when you were younger, it's like you found someone you liked. It was a matter of trying to find somewhere, wasn't it?
Well, we would say there's about time we got hitched. We were planning it, and we'd worked out a rough date, and it was right in the middle of the pandemic, as it turned out. So we put it all on hold. We started looking at it again, and now next year we've got Heather's daughter. She's getting married, so we've got that one to go through first. But yeah, we will have a ceremony at some point. I mean, we're committed to each other anyway. Put the name on a bit of paper. Plus, I want to change, and I want to change my surname as well. So that's a personal issue between me and my family. So, but I will be
same one. Changing your surname, you might want to think about it early because you've got a YouTube presence now under that surname.
Oh yeah, I can still use it for that, but I'm going to take her name under marriage, and then I'm going to probably take the final steps and make it legal so I can change my name on my documents and that. Because you can call yourself who you want, but it's making it legal, and there's different levels that you can go to through it. Like, you can legally change your name, you can put it on certain documents, but you can't use it on others. And I've got to look into it and it costs money as well. So, and the higher levels you go, it costs more, obviously. But doing it on your wedding certificate, it doesn't cost any extra, and you can use whatever name you want. We have looked into it. But right then, guys, we're over 5 hours. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
God knows how long Revs is going to go on tonight, so I've got to get at least an hour's kit. But before we go, Steve, absolutely brilliant to have you on the panel again, mate.
Real pleasure, mate.
Now you can see what I really look like rather than the fuzzy image that I was using.
I try not to.
But no,
you look bad.
You're always welcome, mate. You're always welcome. And thank you for joining us. To everybody in the chat, I won't go through you individually. There's too many of you. But thank you very much for supporting the channel and dropping in. Those that are still here, those that have gone, those that are going to watch it later, thank you for watching, because people do watch this one afterwards as well for some reason. Yeah, Danny, 5 hours. It's getting towards my limit again, isn't it? But thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you from me.
I know it was a getaway from the events of today, but it was obvious it was going to be discussed. And to be honest, I said that right at the beginning. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not anti for it. It's just not for me. So hopefully I didn't upset anybody with that. If I did, it was totally unintentional. Me being me, yes, I'll take the piss out of anything. I don't care what it is. And that's me being me. I'm not going to change. But thank you ever so much for joining us. For those that have subbed, absolutely brilliant. Thank you, guys. And hopefully I will see you all soon, if not sooner, those that are coming on the Rev stream tonight.
Stay safe, stay strong, ignore the fear propaganda.
Stay free. I don't know why I just came up with that in one video. And yeah, it's
Let yo.
Not being Ted. I got to remember how to shut all this shit down now.
You end the stream.
Right. Right on, guys. I'll try and shut down. If anything's left going, I'll try and find out to shut that down. Okay, enjoy, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day and the weekend.
Guys.
And thank you for attending.
I don't know why I'm waving. I'm not
Bye.
on camera anymore.
Right, end broadcast.